Mr. Kaludi Serubaga, Mr. Richard Mugisha, Ms. Naomi Karekaho, council members joining us online, members of Uganda Law Society joining us both physically and online, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Apio Afra. I'm the head rule of law and litigation, Uganda Law Society. On behalf of Uganda Law Society, I'm delighted to welcome you to the 21st Rnblive Weekly Press and Public Engagement. Allow me also bring you warm greetings from the CEO, who is unable to join us this morning owing to a prior engagement. Today, we shall be discussing two major topics that are very timely and important for both lawyers and the general public. The first issue is World Environment Day, ending plastic pollution. World Environment Day is celebrated annually on 5th June to raise awareness and take action to protect the environment. The United Nations Environment Programme leads this global initiative, engaging millions of people worldwide. The theme for 2025 is putting an end to plastic pollution, or beat plastic pollution, celebrated in the host country, that is the Republic of Korea, specifically Jeju province, known for its environmental initiative and sustainable living patterns. The objective is to reduce plastic dependency, adopt sustainable alternatives, and promote responsible production and consumption to mitigate the impacts of plastic pollution on ecosystems, wildlife, and human health. The significance of World Environment Day promotes global awareness, community engagement, policy discussions, and youth participation to drive environmental action. Today, we shall unpack the role of players in the sector with particular focus on the implications of plastics in the environment and guidance on what steps should be taken to make the world a better place. The session will be led by distinguished guest speakers. We'll be having a representative from the Ministry of Water and Environment. We shall have Ms. Gertrude Mwanga, Ms. Naomi Karekaho, and Mr. Joseph Asimwe. Our issue 2 for today's Rnblive is Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o, life, legacy, and implications for the radical Nuba. In this session, we shall be appreciating Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o, a renowned Kenyan novelist, playwright, who pioneered literature as a means to ensure social justice. Through language and identity, he was a strong advocate for writing in indigenous languages, believing that language is a crucial aspect of cultural identity and expression. These highlights capture the essence of Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o's remarkable life, work, and legacy, providing a fitting tribute to his memory. The discussions will be led by Professor Abbas Kiyimba, Mr. Richard Mugisha, and Mr. Kaludi Serubaga. We are grateful to have knowledgeable speakers with us today, and I encourage all of you to engage, ask questions, and take full advantage of this session. Thank you, and once again, you're very welcome. Allow me to invite Robert to take over the next session.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Afra. We appreciate you. My name is Robert Jurua, a member of the Rule of Law and Litigation Department. I greet you all and stand on the protocol that has been observed. Would like to thank you for your time, especially those that are here physically and those that are online. We appreciate the time. We want to delve very fast into the topic, issue number 1, that is going to be discussed by our distinguished guests, of which we have some in the house, and we are very sure that the others are en route. Would like to take the opportunity to introduce our first speaker, who is in the house, Miss Naomi Karekaho, who is working with the National Focal Point of Plastics at NEMA, who is a Commonwealth Scholar in Sustainability, where she holds a master's, and a senior professional at the intersection of environmental management and social marketing. She is proficient in environmental diplomacy, national environment policy, regulation, and governance. Currently, she is Uganda's focal point in the ongoing United Nations Environment Program, that is UNEP, negotiations to develop a legally binding instrument, an LBI, for plastic pollution. Before that, she was Uganda's focal point for the United Nations Environment Assembly, UNEA, the governing body of UNEP, whose resolution birthed the concept of ECG and the African Ministerial Conference on Environment, that is AMCEN. She has managed the National Environment Management Authority's communication and social portfolio for the last 17 years. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me with honor welcome Miss Naomi Karekaho. Is she in? Yeah. Could you please come to the podium? No, here. Sorry. Yes. While she's coming in, we would like to appreciate the presence of Advocate Gertrude Mwanga, the ED of Green Building Council, Uganda. Thank you so much for making time. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Naomi over here.
Thank you very much. Good morning. First, I would like to apologize and probably indicate that I don't have any text that is structured or written. This was brought to my attention yesterday. You're welcome to speak about plastics. I do all the time, so I'm pretty comfortable with the subject, but I don't quite know what it is that you'd like to hear today, or the structuring of how things are done at the radical what? At the Radical Nuba. So permit me to freestyle and tell you about plastic if that works. Right? Okay, good morning. Today is the 5th of June, and the 5th of June is globally recognized as the International Day for Environment. In Uganda, we celebrate it as World Environment Day, but we localize it and we have different themes. But the theme for this year is plastic pollution. I don't know where to start. Plastic, I can say that overall, we are in what would call a global crisis. Global crisis in 3 aspects. 1, climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. When you combine those, take a moment and reflect on your actions, on your contribution, on what you do. Search yourself. Do you have plastic on you this morning? Search yourself. Do you have plastic? Have you carried plastic? Have you littered? Do you know what you're wearing? Does it have plastic? Did you plant a tree? Have you contributed to climate change, to biodiversity loss? When I say biodiversity loss, it might sound like something that is far off. It isn't. When biodiversity gets extinct, it is a demonstration that you could very easily be next, right? When you lose anything in the catchment, in the ecosystem, it is likely you could be next or you could be impacted. Every little organism performs a function that makes you function. So we are losing biodiversity, we are losing tree cover, we are losing water systems. Lake Victoria recently had issues of pollution. We are suffering climate change, prolonged droughts, prolonged rains, resultant effects on you and the economy. Who's the biggest driver? You. Who is the biggest driver? The human being. Why? Economic functioning, production, profit. That's why we are here. And one of the most aggressive types of pollution that we have is plastic pollution. Plastic pollution is not too old. It's a thing of the recent past, of the 20th century, but it has grown so fast to the extent that if plastic pollution is not curbed, by 2035, you are likely to have more plastic in your water bodies than you will have fish. Take that in. You have more fish in water. Sorry, you have more plastic than you have fish. What does that mean for you? What does that mean on your body, on your organs, on your fatty acids, on your liver, on the fish, on your productivity, on your profitability, on your creativity? Let me know if you're getting where I'm going with this. Just say yes or I'm coming along, so that I know. Yeah, okay, thank you. It's a pretty young audience, so I believe you can, so that I know you're actually following. But anyway, imagine a situation where you have more fish more plastic than you have fish. I could have shown you pictures, but that's a major, major crisis. Who are the users of plastic? You and I. Is Uganda a big producer? Not quite. Where do we get it from? Away. Can we do something? Yes, we can. Are you doing something? No. Are you eating Rolex? Probably yes. Where are you getting that plastic? What are you carrying your Rolex in? Probably plastic. Do you ever reflect on what the interaction with heat and plastic on your food might be? Do you ever reflect on the plastic you have tossed, what it does to the drainage systems that take water into Lake Victoria? Do you ever reflect on burning plastic along with your rubbish? Fact is, when you burn plastic below, I think 100 degrees Celsius, that smoke that comes out is carcinogenic, cancerous. Have you reflected on all that? This red thing you see here, this stuff that is very fashionable everywhere you go, it comes in green, white, red, all of them. This is plastic. When it grows old and you sweep it, it goes into the water. Who ingests it? The fish that you enjoy, the little animals in the water that you enjoy, the poor communities that drink water that is not protested, that is not processed. That's the state of affairs of plastic. And that is what you are at risk of suffering if we do not ban, or if we do not attend to the issue of plastic, both nationally and globally, because we are not primary producers of plastic, but we are huge consumers, and we are affecting our water bodies, Lake Victoria and other water catchments. You may ask how much time is given to me. Okay, you may ask, what are you, if you are aware of all this, and indeed we are, what are you doing about it? What is Uganda doing? I have come with our senior counsel, if that's what they call it. She probably could read you the law, and since we are the radical bar, listen to what the law says and see whether really we could be able to speak the same language after here. May I invite you, Eunice, to kindly read out the law so that the audience understands where we are.
Hello, good morning. Like she has already rightly introduced me, my name is Eunice Asinguza Obanjizi, and I'm the Legal and Corporate Affairs Manager for NEMA. The law on plastics is covered under Section 76 and 77 of the National Environment Act, and it addresses the management of plastics and plastic products. These sections prohibit the importation, the export, the local manufacturer, use or reuse of certain plastic carrier bags and plastic products. The law also mandates extended producer responsibility for producers of the plastic products. Naomi is going to elaborate on the extended producer responsibility, which ideally imposes or requires the producers to manage the life cycle of their products, including the wastes. Yes. Thank you.
Probably lawyers, you are familiar with how scanty the law can be and allows a lot of room for things to happen. So when the law says it prohibits importation, distribution, and use, what extent are you able to prohibit in that kind of writing? Do you see? If it says, what can you do with a law that reads like that? Probably I invite you to take interest in the environment law. There's a lot that you'd be able to work with. But basically what that has done is plastic, the most destructive type of plastic is single-use plastic. Single-use plastic is a cavera that you eat your Rolex in and toss. You have gone to a grocery store and picked your shopping in a plastic bag and you have let it fly, or you've taken it home and you've settled, you've kept away in a cupboard what you've bought and tossed the plastic. That's single-use plastic. The earbud is single-use plastic. The packaging for takeaways is single-use plastic. The dental floss is single-use plastic. Dare I add Pampers for children, single use, other plastics for health purposes. Basically, that any cavera, any plastic that you use for once and never use again is single use. That means it accumulates in the environment much faster and is destructive. So the law, the proposal was ban all single use plastics, ban importation, distribution, use of single use plastics. When it went to Parliament, what was passed is ban single-use carrier bags, not all the single-use plastics. When you go to a restaurant and they serve you your juice in plastic, that's single-use. You never wash it. It goes down the drain. So the Parliament banned carrier bags of the plastic of all the single-use plastics. Only carrier bag was banned up to 30 microns. 30 microns is very thin. You cannot distinguish 35 from 36, from 37, from 32. It is impossible to implement, right? So we have all the single-use plastics around, and we also have other plastics that we need. The badges that you wear, all these things are plastic. So that's where we are with banning plastic. We are here, we'll give you Kabozi, we'll talk about it, we'll teach you about it, and hopefully we will be able to limit demand for single-use plastic as it is. I try to the extent possible not to touch plastic at all, especially plastic that will end up into the ecosystems immediately. I carry my own water. You saw me with a bottle. That looks like a trend these days, but those are trends that are created out of necessity. Carrying your own bottle, hopefully not a plastic bottle, so that you can refill it. So the concepts that we are promoting are reuse. If you must use plastic, let it be reusable. Like this is plastic, but it will stay here for a long time before it goes into the ecosystems. So reuse plastics, reduce the amount of plastic that you use, and if you have used it for a long period of time, don't just discard it, but recycle it. Those are the things that we are doing in the absence of the law. And now that we are at the radical new bar, I invite you to take interest in the law and see if you can work with us at least to ban the entire range of plastic bags, so that then we can grapple with managing the rest, which take a long time before they hit the environment, and that's the idea. I guess that's the long and short of plastic pollution, of what I can say. I am happy to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Miss Naomi. We are so honored for those off the cuff comments. We thank you. We are radical, so we move with the knowledge within our minds. Thank you, even if you didn't have notes. You've broken it down. We want to thank you for your wisdom that you've shared. We also thank you so much for the opportunity that you've read for us the law. This is the Radical New Bar. We're here to espouse the law and help the public to appreciate under our mandate of Section 3 of the Uganda Law Society Act, which mandates us to extend knowledge and assistance in that regard to the public and also members. So we are so happy and glad and excited that you're here, and we shall take questions later because we have an issue that has various distinguished guests that shall be sharing, and we are encouraging the public as well, those physically present and those that are online, to send their questions so as we can have a question and answer session thereafter. While we were listening to you, Miss Naomi, we had the honor to receive Mr. Magara Nicholas, who is an assistant commissioner at the Ministry of Water and Environment, who communicated he was en route, and because we had to begin, we continued, but we are very, very honored and delighted to have your presence, Mr. Nicholas. We're thankful that you've come in representation of the Ministry of Water and government for that matter. We are so grateful. Thank you for coming to share your mind with us as the government representative, and we shall believe that your time with us will be very fruitful. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to go forth with our next item, or rather our next speaker, who is going to be gracing us with more knowledge and wisdom in regard to the World Environment Day, ending plastic pollution. With us, we have a holder of the Bachelor's of Laws degree and an advocate enrolled to the High Court of Uganda, who has a postgraduate training in French and environment and climate change management. Her career, spanning 20 years of working experience in the UK, Europe, and Uganda, has been focused on the environment and inclusive and sustainable development. She is the co-founder and director of the Green Building Council, Uganda, and as a member of the World Green Building Council, she has led the movement to raise the profile of the built environment as a critical factor in climate change. She is also a member of the World Green Building Council Africa Regional Network Policy Working Group and a member of the Climate Adaptation Hub. She is a member of the Uganda Water Resource Institute's National Organizing Committee. She is also an advisor for Machindye Savugabo Metropolitan Development Forum, and most recently, she led the Ugandan delegation from Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development and National Building Review Board to the Future Cities Africa Green Building Summit 2024 in Lagos, Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, with such an illustrious CV, allow me welcome Advocate Gertrude Muwanga, the ED of Green Building Council, Uganda. Thank you so much. A round of applause as she comes. The CV is too big. You're most welcome, ma'am. Sorry.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. My name's, as I told you, is Trudy Mwanga, or Gertrude. Everyone calls me Trudy, so you can call me Trudy when the questions come up. Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to speak with you and to contribute to the important conversation as we mark World Environment Day under the theme Ending Plastic Pollution. Insofar as my work is centered on the built environment, I'll be looking at it from the building and construction sector perspective. I speak today on behalf of the Green Building Council, Uganda, GBCUG, and want to pose a question that challenges all insofar as we are now undergoing a process of very rapid urban development, very high population growth, and intense increase in the level of pollution where there is air, water, and plastic. So the question is, are the laws that we have in place fit for the purpose of protecting the environment amid the growing urbanization, the population pressure, the plastics pollution, and the public health risks each of these pose? Whilst we're not going to get into the weeds of all the laws, I think it's important to understand the role that buildings can and do play in this process, and the construction can and does, the opportunities that construction and construction professionals offer to the possibility of addressing some of these issues. It's a blind spot, and one I hope to see that we eventually overcome. This is not just a legal question. Resilience. In short, it's about the kind of Uganda we want to build and the kind of Uganda we actually are building, literally. To give you some perspective as to the impact of buildings in the environment, buildings are critical to human life and society, providing shelter, fundamental human rights, and also driving economic growth. According to the World Economic Forum, globally, and actually we find the numbers tally in Uganda, the construction industry is a key player in the economy, accounting for about 15% of GDP, 40% of jobs in the private sector. Much as we value the assets and the structures that we create, they are also responsible for massive damage to the environment through excessive use of scarce natural resources, forest, timber, water, energy, and from pollution caused both in the process of building and in the use of buildings once occupied. Buildings account for 36% global fossil fuel energy, 40% of global carbon emissions, 25% of timber, 16% of world's fresh water, and 50% of global material use. Evidently, as the population grows and demands for houses, schools, and infrastructure continue, there's a need to ensure that sustainability all aspects of projects to mitigate the negative impacts of buildings on the climate, on the environment, and on their users. So in what way does buildings and plastic intersect, and how can we respond to that? The built environment has been called the sleeping giant, and for most of the global south, it probably is. We have a fast-growing, very young population who will at some point need houses, schools, hospitals, roads, and all the infrastructure that supports that. To the extent that the sector is an active player, there's a huge, vast, untapped potential for impactful action, both in terms of controlling waste generally and plastic pollution specifically, but also seeing that we pivot towards a different way, an alternate way, a much more circular way of dealing that would minimize these impacts. In this regard, plastic pollution is defined as the accumulation, as we all know, it's defined as the accumulation of plastic objects and particles in the Earth's environment that adversely affect humans, wildlife, and their habitat. Buildings and the construction sector accounts for 20% of global plastics consumption, according to it comes adding window framing, paint, and other perspectives, the most popular being PVCs, HDPEs, and expanded polystyrene. Whilst it is favored for the most part, lightweight and ease of installation, it does carry very serious costs in terms of the damage. Waste ends up in landfills and in oceans and ultimately in our ecosystem. Microplastics, especially tiny fragments of plastic, can also contaminate the environment, and which has led to campaigns and efforts to reduce plastic waste in construction, focusing on minimizing usage, recycling, and innovative repurposing of plastic materials. So clearly, in a context where Uganda has a population of 49 million growing at a rate of 3.9% per annum, and where urban centers are being set up at a rate of 5.1% per annum, and where every day hundreds of thousands of people are coming into urban areas, looking for work, looking to settle, there is a clear need to not only think about, but now actively support directions towards building a greener future. So, what does that entail? Well, obviously, it entails collaboration, innovation, and ultimately, we believe, the realization and a commitment to optimize what is a window of opportunity, insofar as the young population and pending urban transition can be harnessed as positive drivers for growth in a way that disassociates the building and construction from an increase in carbon emissions and allows us to leapfrog from the mistakes that were made elsewhere, and do so in a way by embracing climate positive and sustainability focused policies and regulations. There's a need for robust regulatory framework, obviously. Okay. 70% new construction offers a significant opportunity for climate mitigation, in particular because 70% or half the buildings expected to be up by 2040 have yet to be built, giving us a chance, as I said, for us to build better and do better. This is particularly important when we consider that between now and 2030, it has been projected that over 80% of the growth in floor area will occur in low-income countries, many of which at the moment do not have robust building codes, nor climate-aligned and sustainability-focused regulatory processes. Okay. So, we have a growing population, and we have needs for housing, and we have needs for all the good things that come with that. Are we prepared for the onslaught? Well, I should actually ask Eunice, because this is her area. By taking a broad view of where we are, clearly there have been a lot of progress, and Uganda has in many ways embraced climate focus, embraced the challenge of climate change, and taking action against it. We have, amazingly, in the Constitution, a major, this is, if you're looking at the hierarchy of laws, you have in your Constitution, I hope I haven't lost my, okay, we have in the Constitution, I have to go back to this, it's been a while since I was in the class, so I'm not as current as Eunice, but basically, the Constitution provides, under Article 39, provides for the right to a clean and healthy environment and citizens' duty to create a clean and healthy environment, respectively. The Objective 27 provides that the state shall take all possible measures to prevent or minimize damage and destruction to land, air, and water resources resulting from pollution or other causes. Article 245 on its own does offer for protection and preservation of the environment and states that Parliament shall, by law, provide for measures intended to protect and preserve the environment from abuse, pollution, and degradation. It respectively creates ministries, obviously the Ministry of Water and Environment, and the Director of Public Prosecution, and their functions under Article 120. All right. Along with that, we have the National Environment Management Act, NEMA 2019, as amended, which is very direct in saying under Section 3 that every person has a right to clean and healthy environment, so it reinforces the Constitution. And where the right is threatened, moreover, by an act or omission, any person can file a civil suit by way of public interest litigation, as was decided in Yakama versus National Environment Authority, Constitutional Appeal number 5 of 2015. So the fact that we have already cases coming up in respect to climate-related issues shows that the level of awareness has risen, the sense of empowerment is growing up, and people have an understanding of the cost and the risks at stake. And it's a very gratifying thing to see. Although, of course, you don't want anyone to go to court, but the fact that they're going to court says that, you know, we're opening up in that regard. Good job, Eunice. Clearly, you're educating the public in a way that is allowing them to ingest and process their rights more meaningfully. Section 4 provides for the protection of rights of nature, obviously, and by Section 5.521, requires every developer or any activity that is likely to have significant adverse effects on human health or the environment to conduct environmental and social impact assessments. Under the Act, NEMA is the principal agent responsible for regulating, monitoring, and supervising and coordinating all activities relating to the environment. In addition, it is a law by which NEMA, again as an authority, is empowered to prohibit the local manufacture, importation, exportation, use, or reuse of categories of plastic carrier bags or plastic products made of polymers of ethane, polyethylene, and propylene, polypropylene, below 30 microns, 20 feet. Section 2076 was read to us before, but to repeat, the Minister shall, in consultation with the authority, lead agencies and relevant stakeholders, put in place criteria for the documentation, handling, storage, recycling, reuse, and disposal of plastics, plastic products, and provide for extended producer responsibility and product stewardship. Environment Management Act 2040 recognizes the right to clean and healthy environment, and very importantly, reinforces the dictates of the Constitution. But my question comes down to, when we get beyond the broad acquiescence with a principle, where are the measures? Where are the specifics in terms of regulations or standards or specified criteria that can be applied across the board for developers, all right? For instance, if we're looking at construction within a global south situation, and in Uganda in particular, we have become used to a particular way of building, which is the traditional way. Well, it's traditional in a modern way. It's not how we used to build previously. And the tendency is to look at concrete and steel, concrete and steel, concrete and steel, all right? But that isn't necessarily the only way, and as we all know, those of us who've been to the village, who have grandparents or go to grandparents' homes and other homesteads, it is not the only way and not necessarily the best way, particularly when we consider the impacts on climate change. So, you know, there has to be, in my opinion, humble opinion, some sort of recognition, not only of alternatives available, but some way by which the authorities, whether it's NEMA plus others, come together and incentivize the exploration and ultimately adoption of alternative methodologies, particularly when it comes to materials, which we have access to, whether you're looking at bamboo or compressed earth blocks or recycled aggregates or whatever the case may be. These are all things which are currently being explored and used to great benefit to minimize the impact of buildings and construction on the environment. There are other acts, of course, and I shall go into them in detail. There's a Public Health Act, which, let's go back and see what it says. The Public Health Act imposes obligations on urban and local governments in connection with public health issues, right? Section 1(3) of the Act imposes a duty on every authority to take all lawful, necessary, and reasonable practical measures for preventing any pollution danger, dangerous to health, of any supply of water, which the public within its district has right to use and uses for drinking and domestic purposes. Well, that is a big ask when you consider that by the process of leaching, you have pollutants going into our water streams. And I'm not sure what resources local authorities have been entrusted with for the process of not only tracking, but also a useful conversation to have, because then we move beyond the broad principle, the broad agreement, and move towards a much more substantive provisions that can be applied in a way that is meaningful. The National Climate Change Act came in, thankfully, eventually, in 2021. And we look at, maybe as the last, I don't know how much time, have I taken too much time? There's the Kampala Capital City Authority Act. The principles and issues here are the same. There has been overall, across the board, a general tendency and a general willingness to take on the issue of sustainability, to lean into the provisions, but as yet, the actual substantiating of it is not. We're going to find that National Building Control Act, of course, is a key player in this process. It governs the construction, the regulations that are under it. It is currently under review, and it will be good to see what eventually comes out. But definitely we find that within the National Building Codes, 2019, National Building Standards Codes 2019, Part 5 specifically speaks to the issue of environmental conservation, energy efficiency, and has a lot of provisions which are tending towards that, ensuring that we conserve our natural assets, our natural environment, and start putting in place the structures and legal structures to enable a much more sustainable, climate-resilient building. The issue I would raise there, again, is the issue of implementation. All too often there's an implementation gap, which arises either because of resources or awareness or knowledge, or sometimes the difficulty lies and within the act itself, the matter of drafting, where the language is permissive when it should be mandatory, things like that, which need to be addressed. And I think there's room for a general meeting for everybody to sit down and see how we can close the loopholes and see that we can create a system that takes us forward in a way that is meaningful. And also allows us to really review in a way that is going to allow the ecosystem of laws to talk to each other. It's quite astounding to consider that that Kampala City's waste management provisions are, for the most part, governed by ordinances that were issued in 2000. That is 25 years ago. It predates COVID. It predates absolutely anything and everything that could be relevant to us right now. It predates the Paris Agreement. It predates the UN Sustainable Development Goals. It predates the concerns around climate change. It predates anything. So the responsibility that is cast upon officers of KCCA to carry a statutory provisional instrument that is technically obsolete from a policy perspective, and then try to make it work is in and of itself clearly not just a big ask. It's a bit of a, I won't say what I was going to say. It is a big ask, really, and not something which is either desirable or something that we can really go with in the long term. So I've looked at the provisions for construction. I've looked at the provisions and where they may fall short. It's not comprehensive by any means, but it's an indication of where the gaps tend to be. And the solution, I'm not going to be here crying just about the problems. I'm going to offer solutions as well. And the solution ultimately lies in embracing and committing to a green building agenda. That is looking at sustainability and as a fundamental principle. This is an irreducible minimum. It has to stop being that thing we talk about and become that thing we do, because it is what is required by the time, by the circumstances, by the climate nature, right? There's a tremendous opportunity for us to shift those gears and to ensure that we are able to move into the next decade, not only get up to 2030 in a way that is proud with our heads up high, but also ensure that for the next decade, we start putting in place the planks that are required to enable us to do that. And what is that opportunity? We have, as we said, a fast-growing population. It is essentially very young. We have the Building Control Act, which is currently under review. Great things. We have also the nationally determined contributions, which are currently also under review and intended to be updated. Unlike before, where they were updated for 2 years, it is now for a stretch of 10 years. So what goes into them matters. If you get it right at this point, you're going to have it right all the way down for the next 10 years. And if we get it wrong at this point, it's going to be very wrong for the next 10 years. We all understand that buildings are not only capital intensive, but also last for a long, long time. So the challenge we face is not only to talk about plastics pollution, not only to talk about in isolation of the ecosystem of rules and laws, which together act to either make it possible or hinder its control, and see how we can make it work. And my sincere wish after today is to not only say that, well, I'm glad to see that people here and to have an opportunity to meet with everybody from their different sectors so we can have that conversation that closes the loops and allows us to move forward in a way that would create set standards to minimize virgin plastic use, set standards that will promote recyclable or bio-based materials, and require construction waste plans, require some sort of plan for building and construction waste, and ultimately introduce design for construction planning, things like principles, things that will allow us to move beyond just the, we like this, it sounds like a good idea, but takes us to the next level. We're already finding people building, that people are voluntarily imposing building standards, whether it's IFC EDGE, which is now becoming a popular standard and is highly regarded and very popularly used across the Global South and elsewhere, and for which we are also a hub and representative. Green Star South Africa also is another one where they're not only looking at structures in the private but also commercial settings and also community. The idea of working with communities, with standards for building of communities and cities is critical. We have 10 new declared cities. It would be important to make sure that the NDCs we provide and the NDC provisions for them going forward actually set targets for them, what they're supposed to do. Not just declare them, but set targets. So at least we know that in 10 years, we're going to have cities which attain a particular standard. So are we looking for a revolution, legal revolution? I don't think so. But quite possibly I'm calling for an evolution of the laws that they are and as they exist. There's no need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. We can quite easily, I believe, as a sector and also working with allies across sectors, find a way to address the deficits in the legislation and regulations that I've spoken about. This would align our built environment with Uganda's own Vision 2040, our climate targets, and this year's World Environment Day's goal, all right? I've spoken about NDCs, and anyone else who wants to talk to me about NDCs, please come and see me. It's my passion project at the moment. It's about building better for Uganda and making sure that really we put in place the things. It costs money to do these things. Well, let's do them right. Let's put in what we need the first time round, so we don't have to go back and say, can we have some more money to add biodiversity? Can we have some more money to deal with issues of decarbonization? Can we have some more money to deal with issues of water or whatever else has been left out? Dealing with broad headlines is interesting and it's nice for conversations and gossip, but ultimately it's not going to drive our sectors forward. So with that, and I will conclude on that and simply say that if we're looking at talking about building and rather looking at the environment and protecting the environment, it is impossible to speak about protecting the environment in 2025 without talking about buildings. Thank you very much for your time. I'm very sorry for my delay. We had a bit of a mishap with my car, or the person who was bringing me here, so I had to get another one. I appreciate your forbearance and your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Trudy. You said we can break it down. Thank you so much for your wisdom, for your experience that you've shared, and we are only grateful that you're able to come and share with us at the RNB. We thank you for your parting shots. We thank you for your recommendations, especially regarding the youth, that is the greater population in the country, that ought to be educated more, because surely not so much has been invested in so the RNB takes the mandate among its other key sectors or other players to try to elucidate some of this information so that we make sure that Uganda is in a better place. Where buildings have collapsed and the public is not very aware of the actual cause. If it were not for the engineers, for one reason or another, we find there's some environmental challenges that actually cause these buildings to collapse. We shall also take very much cognizance of the fact that you've spoken about the laws that need to be updated. We don't take it for granted. The ULS, as well as other key stakeholders, always try as much as possible to engage with the government of Uganda with the help of the members of the ULS, and that includes you. We are honored that you are part of us. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so grateful that you're still with us, especially those that are physically with us in this room. We are also grateful for those that are online. We are so grateful. We don't take your time for granted. We thank you that you're able to give us this time and address the issues at hand. We are expecting, and we have a number of questions. But before we go to the questions, we are going to take another opportunity to listen to another very deeply knowledgeable individual and a citizen of the country who is going to take us through the same topic as we celebrate World Environment Day, in which we are supposed to be trying as much as possible to make a difference in this world. The individual we're talking about has experience that concentrates on general environment and natural resources management, including waste management, wetland restoration, and demarcations, compliance, monitoring, and enforcement of national and international environmental law, World Bank social safeguard policies, capacity building, environment awareness, creation and environment mainstreaming in development projects. Previously, the individual we're talking about worked in the Ministry of Water and Environment in the Directorate of Environmental Environment Affairs, Uganda Principal Environment Officer in that regard. He includes on his bio Regional Wetlands Coordinator, Wetlands Management Department in the Ministry of Water and Environment, and in Kamwenge District, which is in the west of Uganda, at the district local government, he was a senior environment officer. Speaking education, he went to Makerere University and pursued a Bachelor of Arts in Environmental Management and Environmental Studies. He further went to Erasmus University, where he pursued a diploma in local environmental health management on environmental health engineering. At Makerere, he still pursued his Masters of Science in Environment and Natural Resources. Environment and Natural Resources was what he wrote for his thesis. And then after JICA Kansai and International Lake Environment Committee, Japan Executive Diploma in Integrated Lake Basin Management, Water, Wetlands, and Marine Resource Management. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, welcome with me Mr. Magara Nicholas from the Ministry of Water and Environment. Thank you so much.
Where did you get all that? Thank you so much. I don't know, it's still morning? Yes, good. Yes, good morning. Yes, good afternoon. Yes, I hope you are good. That was too much of an introduction. Yes, I'm from the Ministry of Water and Environment, and I stand on all the protocols. I observe all the protocol, and my name has been said. So I want to overall first to thank the Uganda Royal Society, RBN, for organizing this meeting, where we can talk on issues of environment management, celebration of World Environment Day. The global theme for World Environment Day is putting an end to plastic pollution. So, and the topic that I was given was the role of the Ministry of Water and Environment in ending plastic pollution in Uganda. So I will stick myself to those, to what I was requested to talk about. But before I go into the role of the ministry in management of pollution, I want to first of all talk about why you manage pollution. Why is pollution on top of the global agenda, that it can be, it can be made to be the theme of the entire world? This is because plastic pollution has emerged over the past decade as pressing global environmental problem, resulting largely from mismanagement of these plastic wastes. Plastic pollution-related impacts are categorized in three forms. We have the environmental impacts, we have health-related impacts, and also we have economic impacts. I wanted overall first to talk about those impacts, then I come to my topic of today. The environment impacts of plastic-related pollution include ecosystem contamination. if plastics accumulate in the environment, they will contaminate the ecosystem. Then also there is a big issue of wildlife harm. You know, when we throw any plastic on the roadside, in our homes, and they find themselves in the landfill, and then they are taken by water, they accumulate in rivers and lakes. And when they go there are animals including turtles, fish. Fish actually can eat the microplastics, and that's not good. Of course, at the end of the day, we shall also eat fish and get issues of sickness, which we shall see in the environment-related impacts. Then climate change contribution. Of course, when you dump plastic, you are stopping, we used to call it evapotranspiration. You know, the soil is not able to function properly to release the atmosphere. And in that sense, it is increasing the global warming, hence, climate change. So that is the problem of accumulated plastic in the environment. Then habitat degradation also is another big problem. Then as far as human health impacts are concerned, we have microplastic exposure. Microplastics can enter into food chain and be ingested by human, and this can potentially cause health problems like cancer. So those are the problems of mismanagement of plastic. Toxic chemicals exposure. Exposure to toxic chemicals released during plastic production and disposal can lead to various health issues, including cancer, respiratory problems, and reproductive, disorders. Water contamination is another problem. Ladies and gentlemen, recently there is a lot of scourge related to cancer. But I've not gotten any paper where they are talking about where this is coming from. So if we are talking about plastic pollution, then you might find this is also one of the biggest causes of this problem of cancer that has actually finished our people. Then regarding economic impacts, there is cost of cleanup. If you ask National Water how much money they invest in terms of cleaning the accumulated plastic in order to get water to supply to us, you find it is a lot. There is some increment in costs due to accumulation of plastics. Then tourism and recreation. Of course, when you dump these plastics, aesthetic beauty of a certain given area is gone. That is a very big problem. Then reduced fisheries, that one I talked about it. But plastic pollution can harm fish population and reduce the sustainability of fishing industries. In Uganda, we are not different from this because, if those fish are entangled into, also those plastics can actually accumulate in where fish breed, in the fish breeding zones. So they tend to reduce in terms of production. So it is a very big problem. Now, what is the Ministry of Water and Environment doing to have this problem sorted or solved? The government has strengthened environmental laws, including the National Environment Act 2019, to address plastic-related issues. Then also, the government has put in place a national strategy for management of plastic pollution 2023-2028 with around 5 objectives. Objective number 1 is to mitigate plastic waste leakage into the environment, to promote recycling and reuse of existing plastics in the environment, to reduce plastics generated and use to accelerate production and uptake of viable alternative to plastics. This is very, very important. We need the alternatives as soon as yesterday to promote sustainable plastic production and consumer society. Also, that is the strategy, but also government is putting in place mechanisms to put to an end this plastic, especially the single-use plastic, by implementing the ban. So Uganda is taking the direction of banning the single-use plastics and exploring options on how to end other forms of plastics, actually. So what have we done regarding this? Already, there is a policy brief that has been prepared and presented to Cabinet. So we are waiting for the approval of this brief. And also, NEMA has commenced the consultancy to conduct the inventory to assess where these single-use plastics are. How many are producing these plastics? Where are they located? If these plastics come to environment, how are they disposed of? So that when we are to implement the real policy of total ban, then we know what we are talking about. This consultancy is underway, and of course the report will feed into the policy brief, which is supposed to be approved by Cabinet. Then regarding the extended producer responsibility, EPR, the government in collaboration with industry has signed an MOU with Uganda Manufacturers Association, so that if we start with the volunteers, those producers who are volunteering to manage their waste, to pick their waste from the public, and to pay for their waste. So that one, we want to first have the volunteers, and then also, then after we can go mandatory for EPR for all the producers. Then already, regulation on EPR is underway, and of course, but the first draft is focusing on e-waste, but we shall also make sure that plastics, especially single-use plastics, are also catered for. Then we always do public awareness. We do public awareness, the Ministry of Water and the related agencies, NEMA. We do public awareness to the public on radios, on talking about these plastic issues and the impacts like I'm talking to you now. Then we encourage recycling and reuse. There are some villages that have already taken up this initiative that are doing are recycling their, their waste. They are recycling their waste, they are sorting their waste, and they are managing them properly. Then we have collaborations with NGOs in management of this, and international organizations, of course, for financial support. Then environment restoration. The government has a 10-year restoration plan. So, this will also help to address the issues, the impacts caused by, improper dumping of these plastics. So if this 10-year restoration plan is implemented, then it will address this, and it tackles a number of areas in forestry, wetlands, general environment, waste management. So it is an initiative. Then another important issue is addressing behavior change. The focus is not just on policies and laws, but also on changing individual behavior and promoting responsible consumption. I found my colleague from NEMA here talking about carrying your own bottle, managing your waste. How do you manage your waste in your vehicle? This mindset change is actually our biggest problem, but we are trying to make sure the public can adopt this. I've not implemented one, of course. I don't carry a bottle of water. Yeah, sure. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is a need for collaboration. We cannot do this alone. We need the general public. We need the other government agencies. We need industries. I've told you that there are some industries who are promising that for them, they are going to implement the extended producer responsibility policy. They are going to adopt and start doing the right thing. So, if we combine our efforts, then our global theme, putting an end to plastic pollution, actually is not going to be a very hard thing. It's going to be very simple. Keep calling us. We are available, and I bring greetings from the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Water and Environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Magara. You have been so eloquent, and your wisdom relates better for us because we are your citizens as well as you represent the government. We are so grateful for your wisdom. We thank you for the efforts and your expanse in experience in managing environment and matters that are very dear to us, that not so many people are very much aware of. And we appreciate that you've taken time to come and join the ULS to extend awareness to the general public. We shall have a session of question and answer very soon. We have one more speaker that is going to come and give us a debrief of more or less the same topic. And without further ado, we would like to continue to thank you as we are in this session. This is going to be the last agenda item for this topic before we cross over to the next. And our next speaker holds a bachelor's degree in environment and natural sciences from Makerere University, Kampala in Uganda. He has a diploma in environment, social and governance, ECG, from the Corporate Governance Institute, Ireland, and competence certification in environment and social impact assessment and integrated management systems. He is a certified environmental practitioner, that is EIA and audit by the authority NEMA, and a member of the Uganda Association of Impact Assessors, UIA, Corporate Governance Institute, and a Safety and Health Association of Uganda member. He is a proficient ECG professional with distinguished prowess in sustainability and mainstreaming safeguards in development projects. He has over 15 years experience in planning and implementation of large infrastructure projects, mainly in the water, energy, and road sectors. He is currently a senior environment officer, a specialist at Ministry of Works and Transport, formerly UNRA, after it switched, where he is responsible for the development of ESIS, compliance, audits, and superintends the operationalization of environment and social systems. He is finally a member of the Strategy and Advisory Committee of SHAO in Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Mr. Joseph Asimwe, a consultant and senior environment specialist. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You're welcome. 10 minutes, 15.
Thank you very much. I'm privileged to be here. I'm specifically here on behalf of the Safety and Health Association of Uganda, where I am a member. And that's the invitation that we received to partner with ULS in driving the sustainability agenda. We appreciate the collaboration continuing to experience as SHAO together with ULS, and I'm reliably informed that today we shall sign a formal MOU to strengthen our collaboration with ULS. Apologies for coming in late. We had an equally important engagement, and my colleagues are not here, the president and the team, because they had an equally important engagement with the Minister of Finance happening right now. So we had to split. Thank you for turning up today. And I will not bore you with much, but I would like to also add my voice to those that have been here, drumming about how we should manage plastics and how we should live right with our environment. I want you to just look at your neighbor, the person you're seated close to, and ask them, what do you see? What do you see? You tell them you are fearfully and wonderfully made. Also tell them that you are also part of the environment. The same way you left home, took a shower, got that lotion or Vaseline, smeared yourself, got that nice dress, clean dress, got prepared to come here, and you're smart and you're wonderfully looking good. That is the same way the environment deserves. My senior colleague, Magara, talked about the impacts of plastics. I will not go there. But recently, you and I witnessed what happened in Kampala, the floods. You appreciate what happened on the northern bypass, the flooding, industrial area. Globally, the United Nations has indicated that about 11 million tons of plastic end up into the lakes, in the water bodies. 11 tons. The same body has quantified the impact of plastics on environment, and they have estimated about $300 billion impact of plastic waste on the environment. They have also quantified that same impact on the social well-being of people, and they have quantified it to $600 billion. You can check this on the web. Now, that is environment and social. What is the equivalent onto infrastructure? If you remember what happened on the northern bypass, I work with infrastructure, but drainage is the heartbeat of our roads. The biggest driver of road infrastructure damage is drainage, water. And why? Because the drainage systems are clogged. And what clogs it is the waste. And part of the waste are plastics. So what we are dealing with, if we can think about it and quantify it into money, I think the UN, these figures are an underestimate. Because if you can quantify the people who drowned in that flood alone, if you can quantify the structures that are demolished, if you can quantify. So that is the way we should be looking at environmental damage in terms of how much impact, in terms of money. Everybody appreciates money, money, money. We have come here because we have spent money. I don't have much time, but the global agenda to manage plastics, and I believe you've been told the global event is happening in Korea, and we have been talking about reuse of plastics, reduce plastics, recycle plastics. And the government has also told you the laws they have put in place. But I would like you to appreciate that we should now go beyond the 3R, reusing, recycling, reducing. We should start by rejecting. Ladies and gentlemen, there is when you don't need to use a plastic. For example, you go to a supermarket, you buy a bottle of water, and the lady puts it in a bottle in a cavera. Do you really need to carry one bottle of water in a polythene cavera? Do you really need to? So reject. So the global agenda now is focusing on you rejecting certain use. You don't need to use plastic unnecessarily. And then where you cannot, reduce the use. And where you can, reuse, single use versus multiple use. I am aware our neighboring countries, when we are entering there, they tell you, leave your things behind. When you're entering in this country, leave them. How come for them, they have progressed without polythene, plastics, but for us, we are still stuck, notwithstanding the challenges. But we can recycle. Now, the last component which I would like to communicate is the rethinking. So there are no longer 3 R's, but there are now 5 R's. The first one is reject, where it is unnecessary. But then the last R is rethink. We should rethink how we have been doing things. We shouldn't live life as business as usual. If there is a problem, let us rethink. Rethink alternatives. Other countries are looking at bioplastics, and maize is one of the raw materials for bioplastics. But also you have heard of paper bags, you have heard of papyrus, things that can decay. It is believed that plastic takes over 40 years to decay. So, but the alternatives, if we are to rethink the alternatives, you don't need so many years. They will decay and they will add to the organic matter in the soils. I believe Mr. Magara broke down the impacts of plastics. As I conclude, as the Safety and Health Association of Uganda and other professional bodies like ULS, the Association of Environment Impact Assessors, we have to come on board and marshal efforts, the efforts of government, the efforts of the private sector, the efforts of the academia, the efforts of civil society. What is our role? We are experts in this field. We have studied this business, this area. We need to tap into that space of capacity building. We need to tap into that space of awareness creation. And I appreciate ULS for this platform, for we are raising awareness. We need to tap into that space. we need to partner with government. Government cannot achieve much. Maybe one other thing I should tell you is that government has a national strategy for circularity, the circular economy, basically being mindful of our manufacturing, our production system, and limiting, minimizing waste and maximizing the products that come out of it. There is efforts of government. They cannot achieve much without us. And we are calling upon government, we are calling upon NEMA and the ministry to partner with professional entities like the ULS, like the Uganda Association of Impact Assessors, like the Safety and Health Association of Uganda, to support you in raising awareness, advocacy, capacity building, and outreach. That way, we shall make a contribution to our motherland. And tomorrow you will look out, and the same way you have looked at your neighbor, how fearfully and wonderfully made, how clean and looking good they are, you'll also be proud that actually my motherland is also looking good. Otherwise, I appreciate you listening to us. As the Uganda Association of, the Safety and Health Association of Uganda, our mandate is to ensure a healthy and safe workplaces. We are advocating for that, and waste management is at the core of what we advocate. If we embrace safety in terms of our workspaces, in terms of the risks that are associated with our workplaces, plastics and waste is a risk. So we must manage these risks, and we categorize them as environmental risks and hazards. And there are other workplace hazards which we should manage. So in the interest of our time, I would like to stop here and call for action. Action is in light of, one, perception change. Look at your neighbor again and ask them, what are you doing back home? We may be saying KCCA is not taking away garbage, is not government, but on a personal level, how is your backyard? Just close your eyes and see behind home. How organized is your store at home? So it begins with me. That is the call for action. Let at individual level, we catch up the action to manage waste. Two is government commitment. We shall not run away from pointing fingers at government. There was a ban, and there are policies, but there is more of the commitment and the strengthening of institutions. Local governments, for example, municipal councils and local councils, are they empowered to manage waste and this plastic? How many vehicles do they have? And we talk about waste segregation. Do we have mechanism of transporting segregated waste? Are we segregating at source, or we are segregating at disposal? What happens in between? Even those that have done well by segregating, when a truck comes, they will pick the segregated waste and put in one van and mix it up again. So government, but also the culture, our culture as Ugandans must change. We must be exemplary. And lastly, corruption. Tell your neighbor, corruption. That is my last point. Now, corruption is not necessarily embezzlement of funds. It is the corruption of morals, the corruption, you know what is right, but you keep doing wrong. That corruption, you expect A to do it, but me, I will not do it. So, as a society, These are the 4 areas I think we can marshal up our action, raise awareness, government commitment, our culture, and let's fight corruption. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph. You have been very practical, tasking us to look so much into ourselves before we can look elsewhere, and that is exactly what the Radical New Bar, the Uganda Law Society, is trying to do: act as an individual, cooperate in regard to doing what it can within its means. We want to bless you and thank you for your wisdom. Thank you for your time. And it only reminds me as an individual to take heed of a story in the Bible that is in the book of Nehemiah. For those that are knowledgeable of the Bible, he, after realizing that the walls of Jerusalem were torn down, the gates were torn down, he took it upon himself as an individual to seek grace from his king. He was a cupbearer, and for that matter, he had access to the king, and he asked that the king give him permission to go and help his people far away from where he was. And that is a call for action. It's upon our own selves individually. If we are, as the president of ULS says, Isaac Semakade, Senior Counsel, be a good citizen. Just be a damn good citizen is what he says, and it leaves a big, very, very big message for us. The individuals here can only say so much with respect, out of experience, but it comes down to us who buy the plastic bottles of, you bought soda, you bought water. I'm seeing plastics already on the high table. We have to be responsible to know where to dispose of them. So thank you so much. But while I was at it, the legal practitioner from NEMA felt in her heart she wanted to read one law unto the members, and she requested for half a second. Please.
Thank you, moderator. Again, I come back here to emphasize the law. And I am emphasizing Article 17 of the Constitution. Article 17 outlines the duties of citizens. We are all citizens. Thank you, the previous speaker, for emphasizing that. You constantly reminded us to look at one another because we have roles as citizens. Yeah, so Article 17 of the Constitution requires every citizen to create and protect a clean and healthy environment. Thank you. You have seen vehicles littering. Vehicles don't litter, but the people, the occupants, they throw bottles, they throw sticks, they throw kavera. Who is responsible under the Constitution? The occupants are responsible. So do not look at NEMA with that holistic kind of picture that we are going to police you. You have your mandate under the provisions of the Constitution to take care of the environment. When floods come, they take all of us. When it shines on our heads and in our pockets. Let us protect the environment for ourselves and for the future generation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I wonder how it shines in the pockets, but we shall get to that one later. We are yet to find that information. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the first session. We'd like to just extend a round of applause to our distinguished guests. Very, very honorable members of the society, and the ULS is excited about your presence, and we want to take this to the next level. Just for you to know, we have an audience of over 3,000 individuals watching you online especially. Do not take away anything from the ones physical, and for you to know you're reaching out and you're doing a purpose that has been ordained on you by God, but also by your citizenry of Uganda. So thank you so much once again. We're so honored to have you, and the ULS is very, very honored. We have a very short session of question and answer. Luckily, at least every individual has a question. There's some flowers. We'll start with the flowers from one Mary. Mahi, thank you. She says to Miss Naomi, thank you for the presentation. You made it relatable and interesting. I believe we all have a role to play to safeguard the right to a clean and healthy environment. However, it's important that alternatives are put in place and that these are accessible. For instance, as we advocate for banning of kavera in courts, can we advocate for paper and cloth bags to be availed at an affordable cost? If pampers are banned, what best alternatives can be put in place? Mahi, thank you so much for your message. I believe Miss Naomi and Council have received that. Lenovo, okay, also throws some flowers onto you, Miss Naomi. I don't know. She, my apologies. Nowadays it's a mixture. Thank you so much, Naomi K, for unpacking plastic pollution in Uganda, global environmental problems, climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. We thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for those continuous questions. And then to Nema, a certain Israel Kabengo says, we appreciate the work done by the authority and thank you for breaking down the provisions of the law. ULS has a membership of over 6,000 lawyers. How can we work together to support NEMA in the initiative for environmental conservation and reducing use of plastics? May I read again? We appreciate the work done by the authority and thank you for breaking down the provisions of the law. ULS has a membership of over 6,000 lawyers. How can we work together to support NEMA in the initiative for environmental conservation and reducing use of plastics? Then Sheila Muwende asks a question to the Ministry of Water. Countries like China have implemented different disposal bin systems, especially for plastic waste, to improve recycling and reduce landfill wastes. Is this a possible venture the ministry can take up and implement in Uganda? Countries like China have implemented different disposal bin systems, especially in plastic waste, to improve recycling and reduce landfill wastes. Is this a possible venture the ministry can take up and implement? He also says, you've talked about a 10-year restoration plan that the ministry is working on to stop pollution. What is the proposed timeline for this plan to start? I'll read again, sorry. You've talked about a 10-year restoration plan that the ministry is working on to stop pollution. What is the proposed timeline for this plan to start? The country needs it as soon as possible. So the other question goes to Miss Trudy from Onesimus. Okay. Wow, I'll read it as it says. Your accent, your accent speaks to you having experience from outside countries. Yeah, your accent speaks to you having experience from outside countries. What best practices are you able to import from wherever that accent comes to Uganda and still make it count? What best practices are you able to bring into Uganda and still make it count? The other is, how can individuals and organizations effectively advocate for environmental policies and legislation? How can individuals and organizations effectively advocate for environmental policies? The other goes to Mr. Joseph. Yes, he came in later on. He says climate change. This is Aisha. What are some of the most pressing climate change issues in our region and how can they be addressed? What are some of the most pressing climate change issues in our region and how can they be addressed? Yes, I think that sums it up. You have the luxury to activate the microphones before you. There is one just there, if it's okay, unless you want to come up. But we can start with Mr. Nicholas, if it's okay. Either that or the other, please. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You're most welcome.
The 10-year restoration plan runs from 2022 to 2032, and already the plan is being implemented. You have seen the restoration programs in terms of wetlands and the efforts to also put in place issues like environmental police, protection police. Those are part of the plan to ensure that the environment is well protected. Yeah, regarding the copying from China, I will request my colleague from NEMA to assist me.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much for sharing with me your time. A question alluding to China producing plastic, but not suffering the extent of pollution that we suffer. I will attribute that to lack of a framework of managing plastics in the country. A framework starts from when plastic pellets hit the country. What do we do? Or what are we supposed to do? And when it comes to end of its life, what should have been done? That framework we do not have. Ideally, we should be able to sort plastics. At this point in our lives, we cannot do away with plastics completely, but we should be able to manage how they are used. What do we do? Separate different wastes and put plastic on its own so that it is recycled or repurposed or reused. At the moment, when Nabugabo comes to pick waste from your home, everything is mixed. So it is difficult to sort very, very light cavera within the contamination and the stench to separate it so that you can take it for recycling. So the framework of managing plastics from the time of production to end of its life is non-existent in Uganda. That's why it ends up into the environment instead of being managed. I hope that answers the question. And now that I have the mic, if I could just add a little bit to the things that I said, to some of the questions. One person asked, how can Uganda Law Society, with so many lawyers, help? Advocate, say again? Oh, okay, how can you be made relevant? Advocate for law reforms, specifically laws relating to plastic, pollution, and different other aspects of the environment. That's really an open check. There's so much that you can do to advocate for these. And also, you consider litigation, not necessarily with NEMA, but there are so many other areas of litigation that you can consider. Also to inform you that Uganda is not alone in this struggle, is not alone in this, sorry for using that, Uganda is not alone in this problem. It is a global problem. As a result, there is global negotiation, intergovernmental negotiating committee to come up with a legally binding instrument on plastic pollution across all countries, China, developed, developing, and all the other countries in between. So the issue of plastic pollution cuts across and hurts everybody across, especially the oceanic countries. Think of little countries, St. Lucia, the ones whose only economy is on the relies on water, but they get an avalanche of plastic bottles arriving at their coasts. They have done nothing, but they have arrived. I mean, it's the environment doing its work, so many countries are affected. In terms of alternatives, when the first ban of plastic bags in Uganda was announced, many companies started to produce alternatives to plastics. And they came up with bags, different types of paper bags, raffia bags, and different options of carrying what they needed to carry. However, those were expensive. We receive plastic free of charge. When you go to shop, you receive your plastic free of charge. But these, you had to pay a fee. And the fee was slightly steep, 1,000, more than 1,000, 5,000, sometimes 10,000. So for a regular Ugandan, that's steep. That's what she's talking about, the kasana in the pocket. That's what she meant. So getting onto alternative lifestyles is harsh on the pocket. And so it's difficult to implement. And on that note, I'd request my colleague to hand you a bag, a souvenir bag that beat plastic pollution.
Cameraman.
Yeah, so when you visit us, we have plenty of those. We didn't carry, but when you visit us, you always will go away with that. I have one for myself. Those are pretty expensive. You can use that for a long period of time, but I don't think everybody is willing to make that unplanned expenditure to buy that bag so that you can shop in it. It has to be cost-effective and sustainable. Alternatives. And in terms of EPR, extended producer responsibility is one mechanism of managing plastics. Basically, this says, what this means is, if you're a producer of plastic, ensure that the plastic that you put into the environment, you recall and you manage. Let's say these beverage companies, if you sell me your soda in a bottle, ensure that after I've drunk my soda, you collect and recycle or reuse. Don't leave it in the environment. It's difficult to implement, but it's on the table and we've already started and gone a distance. We'll give you more details on these. I also realized that we hadn't mentioned anything on the impact of plastic on agriculture, on soil. Once plastic hits soil, it will take hundreds of years to degrade. Every plastic you've used in your lifetime will outlive you, your children, and your great-grandchildren. So once it hits the ground, that means water cannot percolate, it cannot go down. That soil dies. Imagine the accumulation. These days, milk is transported in plastic, water in plastic, everything in plastic. Imagine the cumulative impact of that on your soil. So it is upon you. Section 17 of the Constitution, it is as much a responsibility as it is mine to manage the plastic that I use. And I guess that's all I wanted to contribute. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, Madam Trudy.
Right. Well, I'm glad that Onesmus got something out of what I had to say. Usually I'm told, we can't understand what you're saying. So you understood, and the question is very pertinent to what we're talking about. Thank you very much for the question. So talking about best practices really are, when we're talking about green building, what are we talking about? We're talking about a set of principles that have been, over the years, adopted or elevated to a position whereby they're seen as promoting sustainability in as much as they focus and they are based on the adoption of key principles. You're looking to integrate, the purpose is ultimately to, how should I say? Okay, you're looking to design and operate buildings in a way that minimizes impact of the environment. It minimizes the impact of that building on the environment in which it exists and on the users. It starts from a belief and understanding that a building is not just steel, it's not just concrete, it's not just standing alone, but it has to engage with the community in which it exists. That's the first issue. And secondly, there's an idea that you're going to work to integrate certain principles which will be beneficial to that community, whether it's ensuring that you design in a way that minimizes use of water, that makes for much more efficient use of energy, that provides for alternative use of other materials, that also looks to make sure that you don't create more disruption by going and using greenfields. So these are principles which are out there. Now, the idea of importing them is quite interesting to me, because ultimately what works in one area is very much dictated by what that area needs. And these principles, as much as we're talking about them now, and they've become, you know, couched in lots of abbreviations and, you know, highfalutin lingo, they're basically saying we need to do better, build with less. And you're talking to, you're looking to do what was done before. We were building quite well before. So you're looking to really ensure that you adopt principles which are respectful of the community, which are respectful of the environment, which are respectful of the occupant and the user. And it's not just seen as a box that you're going to have, you know, somebody occupying. The other critical area, the other critical issue is to look at the building as an entire, over its entire lifetime. That is, you're looking at mitigating these impacts across the entire lifetime of the building. So you're not only designing for what is going to happen, but also think in terms of what is going to happen after you want to deconstruct or decommission the building. So these are principles which are very much, I think, present in Uganda. They don't have to be imported, they're here. They're embodied in some of the rating tools that we have, and they are also embodied in passive design principles. The idea that you're going to ensure that there's a good flow of air in your house, good aeration, good lighting, the orientation. These are principles which are accessible to all of us, and so therefore should be not seen as imports, but should be something to be engaged with, to be embraced, to be adopted, and to be used in a way that is meaningful, rather than chasing the idea of modern construction, which may not be necessarily set up for this context.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. A round of applause. Thank you. We have come to a close of the first item, agenda. Yeah, very fast, please.
I just had one comment.
Yes, please. Just a second.
Thank you. I would like to comment on the person who asked the question of what the 6,000 members of the Law Society.
Yes.
Out of the many members of the Law Society, the lawyers, how many of those are environmental lawyers who have perhaps acquired extra skills and expertise to handle environmental law and maybe advocate? So I think they're there, but I think there are few. So I think the Law Society we can make these incentives for more of our members to venture into this profession, because of course the environment may not speak, may not complain, but it also has a way in which it speaks. Where is a flood, the environment has spoken. So, but my point is, the Law Society and maybe government and all of us, we can now have a sizable membership that can do the practice in environmental law.
Thank you.
Then the other issue which I would like to add is on the licensing for wastes. and maybe NEMA and government can help. We usually talk about segregation of waste, sorting waste, but you and me can appreciate that there are people who have done some effort to sort the waste. But after they have sorted the waste, how is the waste in Uganda sorted? When Nabugabo comes to this premise, do they have mechanisms of transporting segregated waste, or everything is bundled up together? And I think in terms of licensing, I know NEMA issues waste-related licenses. It is something that we can look at. For those that have licenses to transport waste, they can as well put in place the infrastructure to segregate this waste as it is being transported to the disposal areas, so that those that want to recycle can, tap into what is already sorted for recycling. Those that want to do composting can tap into what is already organic. So the aspect of transportation is something that we really, as a country, needs to put more effort.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you so much. Finally, we appreciate. We don't want to take anything away from what you just said. We're not going to add anything more useful than what you said. We just want to appreciate you for everything that you've done. All of you distinguished guests, we're excited. We're very, very honored to have your presence. It's about time that we cross over to the next agenda item, and we shall also hope that you'll stay with us, because it's also very interesting. The reason we're having this kind of show, beautiful. I know so much is on your minds, and we're here to take you to another level and excite you about our next agenda item. And to do that, we are going to do you want to leave? Sorry?
Yes, sorry for the intervention. Before we wind up this, I have a call for the 6,000 lawyers. Today is the World Environment Day, and we're saying no to plastic pollution. So can we have a resolution for every lawyer within the room and online to say no to Kavela at household, community, regional, and global level? It starts with us. We don't have the quorum to make that resolution. It's an independent call anchored on Article 17. Thank you.
Us in attendance, we support the resolution.
We are living in the new radical new bar. That is very, very practical. So that's why. Thank you.
Okay, those who say aye. Aye, the ayes have it.
Beyond the caverns, and looks also to ensure, to empower, to enable, to allow organizations such as mine, which are slightly fringe, or were seen as fringe, but now are really very much coming into their own, because we are having rapid urbanization, we are fast growing as a population, and the legacy costs of not are going to be very much, not only for us, but also for our children and our grandchildren. So I'd like to reach out and ask for partnership and collaboration with NEMA, as at this point and beyond.
Thank you so much, Madam Trudy.
Colleagues, good afternoon, and thanks presenters. I've worked with most of you. I've been a board member for Climate Action Network Uganda, so I've interfaced with the Magara's ministry for the last 10 years. My brother from Ministry of Works, I've been with the Civil Society Coalition on Transport. I'm part of your monitoring team annually on the NDP3 projects. The question I want to put to the two of you, or the three of you, including council units, we look at NEMA as the enemy, me even as your colleague.
Oh, sure.
This dumping of plastic and environmental degradation is going on when you have the mandate and the resources. And sometimes we wonder, do you have eyes to see what we see when we are moving in certain places? I'm chairing the informal housing working group with FACE, just behind this building, Frederick Ebert Shiftang. We've done a study on Kawempe Division, a study on Nakawa Division. People are dying because of plastic pollution, filling up these drainage systems. We are thinking of going to court to challenge some of these things. You need to have just a stroll behind this building and you ask for the report from FIRST and you see what is happening. But fundamentally, Eunice, my sister, you have failed to operationalize the environmental tribunal under the National Environment. It is there in the provisions. It's in the provision. I presented with Aaron Kiza there on the amendment to the former act in 2019 in Parliament. And even when you read the current provision, the provision is there. Let me open I read it for you. I have the copy on my computer. I'm telling you, I've even attended trainings when Greenwich is training the judiciary to prepare them for the operationalization of that tribunal. Council Samantha has been training us with judges and magistrates. I know it for a fact.
Okay, Council.
Okay.
Council. That might not be resolved now. The Radical New Bob tries to bring different professionals together, and here we are. We would like to appreciate that, but of course, the conversation can't be had from here. This gentleman had a very, very burning question. I just want to request you to use 1 second. Is it okay? Please.
Thank you so much. My name is Daniel Kawesi. I'm a law student at Cavendish, but also work with the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO. NEMA has just admitted that there is no legal framework to manage plastic from the time it enters up to the time it's useless. You get it? And this is the biggest problem. Uganda is on record to coming up with a law within 3 days. What is preventing us from coming up with such a law? Why are people interested in certain areas and then they are not interested in what we think is very important for all of us? Then again, the same organization has said that it's very hard to effectively implement the policy of somebody. If you don't have a bag, buy plastic. You get it? If you don't have, but if, for example, you go outside of the country, you will discover that you go to a supermarket. If you don't have a bag, you pay for the plastic. So what people have resorted to is to carry their own bags when they're going to shop. So what is so hard when it comes at the license level? You say every supermarket must not give out free kafera. We can be in position to sort out this if the laws are in place. Please, let's be proactive. Let's come up with the laws when they are needed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Daniel.
In 1 second, let me just respond. Just to say that NEMA does not legislate.
Thank you. Understood. Parliament.
The second one, somebody is angry with you're angry with NEMA and you think that we're not working.
Okay. All right. Isn't this getting interesting? I think let's... All right, guys, this won't end. Let's move.
Excuse me now. I've known Naomi for some time when I was still a journalist at The Observer.
Yes.
And the legislation was on oil and gas had come on board, so she was one of the resource persons who came to give a talk about this. But the comment I just want to make, after listening to the audience, to the panel, and listening to the comments coming from the audience, there is a problem of conceptualizing the environment problem. We've focused on 2 items, ages and management. And we are not looking at the structural reality informing that.
Thank you.
What makes 2 million people end up in Kampala? You've destroyed the rural economy. And when they all end up in Kampala, they put pressure on the available little resources. That is a peasant question. You've talked about construction, how many people can afford? It's a poverty question. Without looking at the question of capitalism, or the neoliberal state, which basically says everything let the market function. The issue is not about who is licensing the supermarkets and whether they are conforming to standards. These supermarkets, because the state is a neoliberal state, let the market do whatever it wants. Let's interrogate questions and look before, as the radical new bar,
Yes.
that is what we stand for. Members of the radical new bar, don't look at the law as normative. Look at the law as a form of discourse. And within this discourse, there are struggles. What is the ordinary discourse of the ordinary person? A question of development, question of poverty, you must center capitalism, you must center the neoliberal state and its lack of political will. That's all. It's not a question of me.
Thank you so much. Ma'am Trudy, Auntie Naomi, and Councillor Eunice, this conversation just might not end, but at least we get the feedback from the Uganda Law Society and the audience. Maybe we should use this opportunity to create more spaces, because this is what the Uganda Law Society is doing, to create space, to create awareness. So clearly you can get the feedback, and we'll try to use this opportunity to let you know that there is feedback coming from the public. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're running fast out of time. We would like to kindly request us to, the ladies are leaving. We have a protocol in this house where we take group pictures with those that have spoken. We'd just like for you to come as speakers, take a picture before we can excuse you. And we have also been joined by the Vice President of the Uganda Law Society, who is in the building. I would just like to request for a minute, including the gentleman as well. We're sorry, it's the whole panel. The whole panel. Excuse me, Auntie Trudy, over here, a group picture. I'm very sorry. A group picture before you leave. The Vice President has also joined us from a very busy schedule. He would also join you. All of us that are seated at the high table, just a group picture, then we can get to the second session. Much obliged, much obliged, much obliged. Over. All right, all right. Ladies and gentlemen. Yes, yeah, wait for him. Yes, he's coming. I should read. So wait for him, then we sign. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the environmentalists. We're so honored to have you, and thank you as you leave the place. We ask that the Lord bless you. May you go safe, and we pray that the next time we are here together, we shall delve into those issues that have been questioned and hope we can get answers. Back to business. Back to business. We are still continuing, and before us, we have a very, very interesting topic that is going to take us through to the next agenda item. And without further ado, as we appreciate the time that you're giving us, those online, we really appreciate. We don't take it for granted. Those physically present, we thank you very much. We would like to introduce the next agenda item as we take cognizance of the presence of the Uganda Law Society Vice President, Advocate Tony Anthony Asimwe. Thank you for making time, for gracing the occasion. We're very grateful amidst your busy schedule. We don't take it for granted. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda item is a lesson to learn that I personally learned from the president of the Uganda Law Society, Isaac Semakade, Senior Counsel. And to help to delve into the next agenda item, we are going to have the courtesy and the honor to introduce a co-moderator who is going to help me take charge of the next session. The individual coming up next is an award-winning journalist and a Uganda Law Society member. He's an academic. He's a PhD fellow at Makerere University, the Institute of Social Research. He is a teacher at the Department of Journalism and Communication. He holds numerous degrees. I repeat, numerous degrees, including law, political economy, cultural studies, and philosophy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, Advocate Sulaiman Kakaire, who is going to take us through the next session. Thank you.
Thank you for the elaborate introduction, although it was not necessary. It is really overwhelming because it establishes a yardstick that at times is hard to live up to. But thank you, my co-moderator. I will not repeat my name. And I would like to first of all thank Uganda Law Society for maintaining our radical mandate to keep it alive, even when our leadership is still struggling to deal with the persecution. And most importantly, to keep the discourse that made and shaped the Radical New Bar. As one of the visionaries of the Radical New Bar, this is something that keeps us moving and participating in this struggle with the energy. All protocols observed. My Vice President, thank you so much for maintaining it as well and making the spirit move. This is what we voted for, and we continue to pray to God that you continue doing more of the same. I welcome members of the Uganda Law Society who are online in their respective and distinctive positions, and even celebrated members with us today, particularly those from the civil society, the academy, and other members of the audience, including the student community and those who are part of the civil society. Thank you so much. My responsibility this afternoon is basically to moderate the next session, although I've not been guided properly on the question of time, because we seem to be falling short on that. How much time each of the members of the panel is supposed to take. Today, the Radical New Bar and the Ugandan Law Society generally join the rest of the world to celebrate one of the major thinkers of the continent, black community, and the world at large. The demise of the late comrade Ngũgĩ or Thiong'o is news that felt every corner of the world, especially those who mind and care about the fate of the black community. If some are just hearing of the news this afternoon and have not heard what are the implications and how should we reflect on his legacy, the panel this afternoon is going to make us reflect more on the departed soul. The biggest membership and audience could have heard of Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o from his literary works, perhaps reading his works at all A-level literature. And most of the times we have the tendency to describe Ngũgĩ as just a mere literary scholar. But Ngũgĩ, for those who are interested in the broader conversations within cultural studies and Africa debates, Ngũgĩ is a major thinker. He has been a major thinker starting from the mid-20th century to date. Within literary studies, you can delineate his thinking as a philosopher starting from the 1960s when there is a debate on literary studies. The debate between him, the Obi Wallis, the late Obi Wali who was murderously killed in 1993. People like Wole Soyinka joins that debate in 1973. Then the debate is joined by other thinkers, including Kwame Appiah, who is in my father's house. There has been an ongoing debate. Obviously, even the late Okot Pabitek also joined in that discourse of what is African literature and what does it mean to come up with a decolonized literary studies. But what is very important to reflect on is how did Ngũgĩ conceive a literary text? It's not just a mere piece of paper. Me, as a person who has had to engage with Ngũgĩ later on from when I started doing philosophy, I started to realize Ngũgĩ beyond literature, mere literary text. In a paper I was doing, it's called The Critical Traditions and African Literature. You start to reflect on him as a political economist, as a political theorist, as a cultural studies expert. So he's many things. And if you look at his text, you don't start to look at law just mere as law. Law is literature. Literary scholars here in the room, as you're going to listen to them, they will tell you that what we read as legal text is literature. And so what is literature? It's an ongoing debate. But as part of the commemoration and remembrance of Ngũgĩ, we are not treating him as in the past. He's present with us, is with us, and he will live with us. This empty chair, it's a symbol to remind us of the departed soul. I don't remember the last time he visited Uganda, but I remember attending that conference in Makerere. Professor Chimba, was it in 2011, 2012, when we are celebrating 50 years anniversary? 2012. I attended the main hall. I was part of the audience. A true graduate of Makerere University. If you're thinking just about Uganda, he believed in Uganda so much. He's with us. He's put down his works. That empty chair is a sign that he's still with us.
Every text of Ngũgĩ speaks to the contemporary problem of Uganda, a contemporary problem of the formerly colonized societies, in particular the black community. This empty chair with the portrait, it is to make us reflect. It's a symbol of love. It's a symbol of remembrance, but at the same time, it's a symbol of grief. I can imagine if Ngũgĩ was speaking to us in this room and is reflecting on the environmental problem, how would he conceive it? Would he just merely conceive it as a legal issue, as a management issue? That is a question for the panel that is with us. And very important, the panel we have today has Professor Abbas Chiyimba, who is a student of Ngũgĩ, but at the same time taught in the department, teaches in the Department of Literature, where Ngũgĩ came from, and what it stands on is a conversation that was started by people like Ngũgĩ. Professor Abbas Chiyimba is a professor of literature at Makerere University. And he holds a Bachelor's of Arts degree in English and Literature from Makerere University. He's a graduate of Literary Linguistics from the University of Strathclyde, Glasgow, UK, and a PhD in Literature from Dar es Salaam. He has taught at Makerere since 1982, where he served in various capacities as head of department, as chair of the Forum for East African University Teachers of Humanities Discipline, and I'll say that at some point he was even my head of department when I was a student in the Department of Journalism and Communication, then called Mass Communication. In addition to Professor Abbas Chiyimba, we have one of the literary critics, Mr. Kalund Selmaga. Mr. Kalund Selmaga is a graduate of Exeter University for both undergrad and graduate studies. And he needs no explanation. He's a novelist, he's an essayist, he's an activist, which is very important. And he has been a victim because of the spoken word. He takes the literary text as intersecting with power relations, as shaped by power relations. They are not mere texts. The reason why the law has not been reformed in ways that those majorities of you think should be is because of power relations, and is one of those. Another celebrated activist is Mr. Richard Mugisha, who also is a literary scholar and a political economist. Him, like Mr. Kalund Selmaga, they are of the same make. He's also a literary scholar, is a literary critic, but most importantly, of recent, he has been executive director of Open Society Foundation. So they have been part of the civil society movement since the early 1980s. But most importantly, as a member of the left, the Ugandan left in Uganda, these are Marxist scholars. We have no other people to reflect on Ngũgĩ than this panel we've selected. They are all Marxist in the making, and they have been Marxist activists. Join me welcome them this afternoon to reflect on the legacy, achievements, and the implications of the demise of Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o. Members, the rules are that each member of the panel will take 20 minutes. I don't need to give reminders, but the first who will introduce us to this conversation will be Professor Abbas Chiyimba. perhaps to guide you on the presentation, how should we reflect on his legacy? The choice is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the legal profession, I have also understood that the Vice President of the Law Society is in our midst, all in our respective capacities. I'm honored to have been selected to speak to you this afternoon. I rarely interact with lawyers. Actually, I have some kind of fear. Yeah, so when I received a call from Law Society, I said, wow, what has happened? And it took Nwamanya some minutes to comfort me, saying, oh, it's okay, there is no problem, and I agreed to come here. I'm using this walking stick because of a recent medical misfortune. It's not malala of some kind, so he'll bear with me. When I was asked to speak about Ngũgĩ, my mind rests across 40 years of interaction with him. And I said, what do you say in 20 minutes about somebody that you've been interacting with for 40 years? So I decided that when I come, I'll say what I thought would have been upmost on his mind. If he were asked to write his obituary, there are two things that he might have emphasized. This is my thinking, because they were most dear to him. But before I go into that, let me put Ngũgĩ in this context. That Ngũgĩ is one of a large tribe of, a quickly diminishing tribe actually, of writers, early post-independence writers who devoted themselves to the cause of African liberation. And they each patronized causes. They were all part of the same, one same activist literature, anti-colonial activism, but they each patronized the causes. And to put this in context, Wole Soyinka focused very much, and he still does, on human rights. When you listen to Wole Soyinka, it's human rights all the way. Okot Pabetek, it was culture. Okot Pabetek is our own. Okay, it was culture. Chinua Achebe is the validity of our past. If you lose direction of the past, you can't see the future. That's Chinua Achebe. Robert Serumaga, and we have his son in our midst. I'd better be careful on what I say about him, but I've been reading a lot of Robert Serumaga in recent times, especially his return to the shadows. And he wanted to see the validity of our leadership, post-independence leadership. That was the issue that was at the heart of his, at the back of his heart whenever he spoke. What has gone wrong with Africa? What's the leadership? And no wonder he took up arms to fight post-independence leaders. Now, for Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o, it was the mind. Okay, and for him, the military, the colonial adventure had many facets to it. But the military, the political, the economic were footnotes. All these were footnotes to what they did to the African mind. Okay, they framed our mind in such a way that for a very long time we were going to do their work, long after they had gone. We were going to do their work. They didn't have to stay forever because they had trained us to serve their interests and to serve their interests with a lot of excitement, feeling great, feeling that we are the ones on top. They created instruments that enabled them to press a button from London, and we are happy to oppress each other because the mindset is such that they put in place structures that made it impossible for us to be free. Take one case in point. When they arrived here, they looked at the society that they found in Africa. They looked at the society they found and they did not understand. They don't understand us. How can people move forward without law? Okay, they assumed we had no laws. Okay, and so they went back to Britain, to wherever they had come from, and brought common law and slapped it on us. And we have to struggle so much to get rid of British common law in the way we understand things. And then they trained us to be lawyers. They trained us to be lawyers, and up to now, we still speak of written law as opposed to unwritten law. And when the lawyer speaks about written law, he actually means the foreign law, the one that was brought in from London and one that is passed in Parliament. And when he's talking about the unwritten law, it is our law, the laws by which my grandfather and his ancestors lived. That is an unwritten law. Underneath the suggestion that written law is different from the unwritten law is, underneath that is the suggestion that written law is superior. The other thing that they did, they created a certain mindset within the legal teams that the legal minds that they trained. So much so that the difference between you people in the legal profession and us in the humanities is that they taught you people to ask questions. The question that is at the forefront of the lawyer when he's confronting issues is it legal? Okay? Is it legal? I don't ask that question. I ask from the humanities, I ask, is it right? Okay? And that question makes us completely different in the way we see things. It makes the difference between our perception of law as opposed to justice. So are the laws intended to serve us to make societies legally correct, legally upright, or are they intended to introduce justice? Now, back then to Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o. When Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o joined Makerere University, he was part of a crop that was, that coincided with the independence, just pre-independence and all graduated in independence time. So his time overlapped with Uganda's independence movement, Uganda's independence struggle. And three of his very important works, Black Hermit, Weep Not Child, The River Between, were written at Makerere University. He actually signed them Northcote Hall, Makerere University. Okay, and these books are very important. Now later, these books were to become part of a very strong resistance culture, literature and resistance, in three ways that, because of the pressure of time, I'll speak to less to the books than to the culture to which they were part. One, they decried colonial injustice, which was a point that was worth making at that time, because we were transiting from colonialism to independence, but injustice was all around us. Okay, so he devoted those first texts to depicting the brutality of the colonial man. And if you want to see that, you read Weep Not Child. And also he returns to the theme that I said is more associated with Okot Pabitek of culture, the onslaught, the attack, the full throttle attack that the colonials made on African culture in the river between. And then the colonial mind at the exit, as they were preparing to exit Africa, they were full of pity for us. How shall we manage without them? And this is in a grain of wheat. And one character says, no, we are not yet beaten. That is Thompson in Grain of Wheat. We are not yet beaten, and by implication, they will manage their societies in our interests. So after publishing Petals of Blood, which is a work that attacks the post-colonial African elite for doing the colonial man's work, after publishing Petals of Blood, Ngũgĩ had a crisis. And the crisis was, he knew what he was writing about. He was writing about injustice. He knew who he was writing about, that is the oppressors, but he was no longer sure who he was writing for. He knew what he was writing about. He knew who he was writing about, but he was no longer sure who he was writing for. And that was the turning point in his life, in his time. So this turning point saw the decision to become, to start writing in African languages so that he can communicate with the African person, the local person in Africa. And then he started questioning the name James. He was James Ngũgĩ. All three, his first three novels were signed James Ngũgĩ. Weep Not Child, River Between, Grain of Wheat. But after he had started asking questions, he started looking at the name as a symbol of colonial oppression as well, a symbol of the colonial mindset, a symbol of colonial imprisonment. So he discarded the name and became Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o. So with Petals of Blood, it's no longer James Ngũgĩ, it's Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o. And then he said, from now on, it will be through the old medium of translation, I'll continue dialogue with all, he said. But from now on, it will be Gikuyu all the way. Okay, so when he wrote in Gikuyu, he upset many of his colonial sponsors. They said, how dare you? One leading, critic, known to me personally, Angus Calder, told me the British people don't like works in translation. Okay? The British people don't like works in translation. Two implications of this comment. One, they looked at him from the angle of somebody writing for them. The British people don't like works
in translation. So that was one. Secondly, it was not true. The British have been reading works in translation. They have read all the Greek mythologies. They have read Flaubert. They have read Plato. They have read all the Aristotle. They have read all of them in translation. It was looked at as offensive that this African should make them read work in translation when he can write directly in their language. So this only emboldened Ngũgĩ, and he wrote a work, one of his most important works, the one that every student of literature and language and psychology carries the way they would carry the Bible or the Quran, is Decolonizing the Mind. Decolonizing the Mind, 1986, The Politics of Language in African Literature. And this was very revolutionary. He went into the mind of language, the politics of using somebody else's language. Language is power, he declared. Okay, he wrote stories. He wrote plays. For one of them, he was arrested and imprisoned, Ngahika Ndenda. But it revolutionized the Kenyan public into thinking of themselves. And they were thinking not just against the colonial establishment, but against the neo-colonial successors. So, Decolonizing the Mind, 1986. And from then on, he wrote three other, actually, he has one that has just come out, which I haven't read yet, but I've just acquired a copy, the Epic of Gikuyu and Mumbi. He's been very consistent writing, and when he came in 2012, I was in the final stages of editing my translation of Song of Lawino into Luganda as Omulanga gwa Lawino, which some of you may have met, but being lawyers, it may have passed to the other side, and it hasn't crossed your paths. But he was very excited about Omulanga gwa Lawino, because here now was Lawino speaking to a section of Ugandans, not through the English language, but in a language that is native to Uganda. And he was very excited about that. And I was actually out myself. He was a man who had made lots of contributions to the literary world. And he was excited about a translation. And from when he went back, he sent me a message to say, please get Omulanga gwa Lawino out as soon as possible. Don't mind about the perfections. I said, I told him I was still cross-checking. There are certain translations that I had to cross-check. He said, no, don't mind about the perfections. Just get it out. Get the Baganda to read Omulanga gwa Lawino instead of Song of Lawino. Okay? It will make a difference. Okay. Now, let me now ask this question. As I wind down, I know Suleiman is very polite to me. He doesn't want to remind me yet that I'm approaching the end of my time, but I must begin the winding down by asking this question. Why are lawyers celebrating Ngũgĩ's demise? What has he got to do with you? Huh? If I were you, given the way we have been trained, you should be celebrating him as in real celebration that he's gone, a good riddance. Wow, that's blasphemous, huh? But I have reason for saying that. He was very wary of the legal profession in its present form, extremely wary of it. He said they brought the law, and at every stage you are not sure who the law serves. It serves them when you make laws about plastic. They will want they will be interested in how it is going to benefit their interests.
And then it serves their puppets in leadership in African countries. Okay? So much so that we've learned to speak of, cadre judges. We've learned to speak of people who receive telephone calls before a certain ruling. The law has been taken hostage. But that is not the whole thing. The whole thing, the grand thing is that the law is spoken in a language that the common person does not understand. I've been to court on 3 occasions, one on traffic offense, another that was some family trouble, and on the case where when I went to court for family trouble, the magistrate asked me questions in English, and I said, Your Worship, I need a translator. And she was very upset because she had already seen my profile as a professor of literature, and I needed a translator. Why? I said, I want to plead my case in Luganda. Whew. I said, but you're wasting court's time. And indeed, the outcome of the case was not so pleasant on my side. It was wasting court's time. But the advantage it gave me is that when the lawyer asked me a question, I had a lot of time to think through it as I was waiting for the translation. I was waiting for it to be translated. But the whole problem was the common person. Ngũgĩ raised this question. Actually, those who have read, I think Suleiman may have come across this. If you've read Ngahika Ndenda and the Devil on the Cross, there are some common people whose land is taken by the post-colonial agents. And the people who plead the cases of the people taking their land are lawyers like you and the other. They have this correct dress code. They are dressed in, they bow to the justice and they say, Your Honor, and the poor person whose land is being taken does not understand what is being talked about at all. So Ngũgĩ was always asking lawyers. He gave a talk to African lawyers in Nigeria one time, and was asking them, whose law do you plead? And in whose interest do you do it? So apart from the question of language, there is the question of the law itself. And there is the question of the common person who is oppressed from the moment he steps in court and sees people speaking in tongues he does not understand, carrying big books, waiting to consult precedents, and then they adjourn until next time. And that was a lot of trouble for him. So there are things that we want to learn about Ngũgĩ as lawyers. One, that language matters. Okay, he described the law as the last bastion of the colonial legacy. The law, because it continues to be pleaded and written and argued in a foreign language. So whose? Second one, cultural sovereignty. For as long as you continue to frame your laws in a language that people don't understand, you debate them in parliament where people do struggle to swear in. Just reading the swearing, the oath, you are in trouble. So he challenges us to ask this question: do our laws reflect our cultural values, or are they relics of colonial codification? That's question number 2. Number 3, law must liberate, not legitimize oppression. Law must liberate and not legitimize oppression. And he devoted a whole novel to this. entitled Matigari. Okay? And his work urges lawyers to see the law not as neutral, but as a contested site shaped by power. Law is not neutral. Because unfortunately, when lawyers speak about the law, they think it's akin to quoting something sacred, something inviolable. But people, ignorant people have debated them in parliament and have passed these laws. Now when you are quoting them, you feel like there's a lot of power. Okay, and then intellectual courage. It takes a lot of intellectual courage to ask the questions that Ngũgĩ was asking, because you incur displeasure. And number 5, Ngũgĩ said, we can never be truly independent until we have freed, and this I'm quoting him directly, we can never be truly independent until we have freed the legal system from the shackles of legalistic language in the oppressor's mother tongue. We can never be truly independent until we have freed the legal system from the shackles of legalistic language in the oppressor's mother tongue. So all lawyers who use legal jargon to intimidate citizens are part of the system, the machinery of oppression. Okay? And Ngũgĩ dedicated his life to this struggle to liberate minds, to liberate languages, to liberate laws, to liberate institutions. And as we celebrate his legacy, we must commit, not just in word, but in practice, to building systems of justice that speak in the tongues and serve the people and reflect the dignity of the people of Africa. I thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much.
How many extra minutes did I use?
Thank you so much, Prof. Professor Abbas Chiyimba has done justice to the discussion. Professor Abbas Chiyimba, by the way, was my academic mentor, him together with Professor Loko Nyango on my master's, when I looked at the implication of Charles Onyango Bo on newsroom operations in Monta New Vision. And really, I'm always grateful to his advice. But as we reflect on Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o, he has provoked us to think deeply about Ngũgĩ and his relevance to the radical new bar mandate and its vision 2060. When we conceived the idea, Prof, you've asked why is Ngũgĩ relevant to us? And why decolonization? When you look at the back on track, the movement itself, because the movement itself back on track, which have been part of in conceptualization and operationalization, we had to separate it from the radical new bar. One of the major items it underscores is decolonization. There is a deep engagement with that conversation. And we've sat as the back on track movement to reflect on it. And Ngũgĩ is one of the major thinkers in forming the idea of decolonization as one of the factors of the back on track movement and the radical new bar. You cannot, when we keep on talking about formalities in the legal process, it's intended to decolonize the justice process. Because if you just conceive it as a legal process, you're going to end up in a trap. That's why we are not stupid not to put rule of law. Because rule of law, it's the language of the oppressor. When we talk democratization, and this is a responsibility for every member of the radical new bar, those who are aspiring to join, those who are part of it. How do you democratize power? It's what is going through the mind of Ngũgĩ. That is his relevance. All the questions you've been provoking. How do you democratize power? Part of democratizing power is to decolonize the language. When you decolonize the language beyond the oppressor's language to the oppressed's language, you're democratizing the power relations. But this conscientization and raising of consciousness is a responsibility of the members of the radical Nuba, both within the fraternity and the general public. But you will not do so if you are not reading the material, the thinking. This process has gone through a period of over a decade. Join me, welcome another important member of this afternoon session, a panelist, but very importantly, I have to underscore his responsibility in shaping this movement, Mr. Richard Mugisha. When we are still the Legal Brains Trust, and which is still in existence and still contemplating the legal process at Center for Legal Aid, we used to have sessions with Mr. Richard Mugisha, then when he was executive director at Open Society. I remember those afternoons I used to go to him with Isaac, Mr. Isaac Semakade, my president, and he would provide clarity. What we hear as the radical new bar, what we hear as back on track, it is born out of over a decade of interaction with different thinkers. I've already told you the profile of Mr. Richard Mugisha, but it's a very, very big profile. He has worked with communities, the refugee communities, the civil society, both within and outside. In the early 80s, he was among the few Ugandans who resettled the Ugandan refugees then in the UK. So he knows what it means to make the law work for the poor, which is an important aspect of the radical new bar. Join me, welcome him. You're welcome, Richard. Please share with us your reflections on the late Comrade Ngũgĩ Thiong'o as a Marxist and also as a black thinker.
Thank you. I've got a cough, so please you bear with me. Sulaiman Kakeire has said too much about me. I don't think I'm worthy of the things he has talked about. My simple identification, the way I identify myself, especially when I stand in front of young people, and they ask me, where did you go to school? I say, I'm a student of life. The rest really doesn't matter. I was touched by the Uganda Law Society when they asked me to talk about Ngũgĩ Thiong'o, because he is my father's age. But I read Ngũgĩ. There's nothing about him I have never read. And he has soft power as far as I'm concerned. He does not shoot. He does not arrest. He does not imprison. But when you read his book very well, you change. You don't remain the same. So I developed a title which maybe would be confusing if I had sent it out. But let me say what it is, because it's very important. The title is Memory, Not Money, is What We Need. And this is in memorial of Ngũgĩ Thiong'o. Why? This is how it occurred to me. You see, Ngũgĩ Thiong'o died in exile. Why? If he was this important, as the professor is describing him, if he was as important as the media is telling us. Why did he die in exile? Why? Why should an important person not die in his country and in his home? That is a problem you people need to ponder. You are not white people. You should, any of you, parents, uncles, cousins, where do you want them to be when they are dying? And why did he die in exile? That's why I really came to the point of money. I have been struggling with it for a very long time because I lived for about 10 years outside Uganda, but when I came, I found people mad, that is the right word, mad about money. Whether you have it, whether you don't have it, you just talk about money, 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 money. And I think it is a madness, okay? This money is a psychosis. We are just sick. We are a sick society. And the cause of our sickness is the trauma of dictatorship. The trauma of dictatorship. So in psychology, there is something they call compensation. So when you fear to confront the power, the hard power, when you fear to confront the hard power, you go for something easy. So everybody runs to his hut, to his shack, to his informal accommodation, and then you start saying, let me look after my children, let me make my money, let me do this. Because the big authority is hovering over you and you don't have a way out. Now, Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o is a victim. Ngũgĩ has not died as a powerful person in terms of government position or money. He didn't even get the award, the Nobel Award for Literature. But he qualifies many, many times more. Why didn't he get it? Maybe that is the cause which Professor Chiimba talked about. The British people are not happy reading from translation. So you are not, if you shake the establishment, you pay the price. But the people who sent Ngũgĩ into exile, this was Kenyatta, the then president of Kenya in 1977, locked him up, no charge, no trial, for 12 months. Then when he came out, he went back to the University of Nairobi to teach. They said, you don't have a job here. So the man came out of prison and he had no job. And they told him at the university, they said, this is not between us and you, it is between you and someone. And they said, it is an act of state. Now, I don't know the law. What is an act of state? We can't return your job, but we shall pay whatever compensation, the benefits, whatever you qualify for, we shall pay you. Please leave us alone. You and another man, and they didn't mention his name. So that's how Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o finds himself in exile. Now, to talk about money and sickness, because I'm very serious about this title. Talk about money and sickness. When it was announced that the Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o had died, it was Ruto who was the first person to mourn. Ruto mourns Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o. That is the title. So, the act of Ruto had powers to invoke the act of state and reinstate him in his job. Whether he was old or too old to work or not, but you need to erase that kind of dirt on your name. of course, Kenyatta died before Ngũgĩ came out. The same thing applies to the guy who came after Moi. The one who came after Moi. Yes, even Kibaki should have invoked his power because that was a democratic move in Kenya, wasn't it? You know how the whole thing happened for Kibaki to take power. Why didn't he, change everything and say, Professor, come here, live with us, you are okay. If you want to work, you can work. If you want to go back to the US, you can go back. But for us, as the state of Kenya, that was a wrong. Now we have to atone. Why didn't they do it? Now, if you didn't do it, why do you want to mourn when he dies? Sickness. We are very sick as a society. You are mourning the man whom you could have liberated. Do you get my point? So for me, these are things that Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o stood for. The professor has said a few. A peasant outlook. If you read Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o's books, all of them, he has no single problem with being a peasant. It is the peasants of Kenya who lost power when the British came. I mean, before they came, people were not peasants. We were not peasants before colonialism, by the way. We became peasants when we started growing cash crops for export. Yeah, the moment we entered colonial economy, then we became peasants. So those are the ones who lost independence. So Ngũgĩ never forgot. And in all his works, he wants those people to restore, to have their land restored. So that is one. Two, preservation of the memory of the Mau Mau, the people who fought against the colonial rule. They have never been forgotten thanks to Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o. Every book he writes, fiction. Some of the people who died, he brings them back to life. You see, when you write fiction, I sympathize with lawyers. You can't resurrect the dead people. People who write fiction can do so. So, the trial of Dedan Kimathi, it's a play. It's a play. So, Kimathi is in the dock, in chains. His arms are in chains. And the judge has spoken, and everybody has spoken, and the judge is asking Kimathi, do you have anything to say before I pass sentence? Of course, we know what happened. They buried him at night somewhere, nobody knows. But now in fiction, when the judge asks if Kimathi has something to say, a young woman enters court with a loaf of bread. Explain to them. But I'm going to talk about young people. I'm very happy to work with young people. But I know. So a young woman enters with a loaf of bread, and he brings it to the chained man. Right? But did you know what is happening? The bread has a gun. So she just opens the bread and picks the gun. So the question, make your last sentence before I sentence you. The guy answered it with a what? With a bullet in the judge's head. So that's how the play sort of could have ended, but we don't see this imprisoned man shooting the judge. But that is how the man was armed, although he was enchained. The young woman gave him the power to speak. If you are to speak, what would you say? I would shoot you. That kind of thing. So the Mau Mau, we remember the Mau Mau, thanks largely due to Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o's book. Ngũgĩ promoted a people-centered understanding of imperialism. I'm sorry that if you never studied history, or if you studied history like where I did in the village, the word imperialism is not so discussed. So the teachers themselves don't understand what imperialism is. So they will say Lugard was an imperialist. They will say Mackinnon was an imperialist. But what is an imperialist? I'm not going to explain, but Ngũgĩ elaborates on this. And he does that again and again in all the books. So I'm giving you a task to look up Ngũgĩ's terminology: neocolonialism, imperialism, nation, and Africa. These things are not simple. They are not what you find in the dictionary. Okay. For that stand, Ngũgĩ was locked up. Because of the stand he took, he was locked up without charge, without trial for a whole year. For me, I think that's a very important point we need to bear in mind, that if you take a stand, you should be prepared to pay the price. And he said, I will pay the price. And he paid the price because he went into exile in 1982. He started writing books in 1962. The book he wrote for Uganda's independence. So only 20 years he was in East Africa. 45 years he was outside the continent. He was really, really exiled. So it isn't really, you people should be angry that we are here talking about him as if it's a good thing. Who made it possible for him to die in exile? Okay. Now, they have talked about language. I will not say anything more about it. The last point that Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o stood for was Christianity. Christianity. I'm sorry, I'm going to say something about lawyers again. So Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o, in his book, The Petals of Blood, people are coming to town to look for solutions for the drought in their village. They start with the bishop. The bishop. They open at his door, very tired, dirty and sweaty. And the bishop opened for them, and when he saw them, so he said, okay, my children, let us pray, and then go in peace. Banged the door behind them. The following day, they went to their lawyer. No, not the lawyer. They went to their MP. They went to their MP. We have a problem in the village, the sun, the hunger, the starvation, and all that. The MP just came up with nothing. Then but he said, I will give you a lawyer. So you can go and talk to the lawyer. Now, how do you talk to the lawyer in such a situation? And they found the lawyer. There was actually a number of times, not once, because he was on phone most of the time, chasing deals. Money. These people don't have money. You see, the point is, and it's happening in Uganda now, people will say, okay, who is he, Richard Mugisha? If he doesn't have money, I don't want to waste my time with that person. That's it. That's it. People close. Okay? So, I like the idea of Rnblive and demilitarization. So this is the way how we should be looking at the militarism. It is the mother of dictatorship. Okay? Militarism is the mother of dictatorship. In Uganda, people like Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o actually were killed. They were not allowed to go to exile. I will mention two. Byron Kawadwa, the guy who wrote Rnblive Wankoko. And he went outside Uganda and won awards, right? You people should understand these things. If you do very well, you are Ugandan, you go outside in the world, and you win awards, and you win awards. And then when you come home, first thing, they arrest you, pick you from your office, and nobody sees you again. Then Frank Kalimuzo, the former vice chancellor of Makerere University, right? That man was killed. And if you read Henry Chamber, the state of blood again, sorry, you said these people don't know. They are lawyers, they've read legal texts. Henry Chamber says Kalimuzo was brought into Makindye prison, barefoot, and there was a pool of blood, so he was walking in a pool of blood. Then they clobbered him on the back of his head once, and he died. That is the vice chancellor of a university. So what I want to say, which Ngũgĩ shares with these other people who were killed, is when you kill a person like that, you are not just killing an individual, you are killing a system. Because he's not talking about himself, he's not asking for food, he's not asking for anything, he's just saying, our people, this is how we should be living, this is what we should be doing. Okay? So you just kill a whole stretch of thinking. You remove from the head and the heart, of course. We also think with our hearts. If you don't have a heart, maybe you're going to get a wrong head. So, you kill systems. If you want to go back, and then, Professor Abbas, and then I pulled out my Momdani's book, Scholars in the Marketplace, and I wanted to see if Momdani understands that by killing Kalimuzo, actually that is when our educational system was killed. And he doesn't do it. What's wrong with Momdani? Nothing. If you kill an academic, you are killing source of knowledge, search for knowledge, interest in knowledge, and so on. So you kill a system of thinking. Same thing applies to the cultural system. Okay? So dictatorship then, by the way, it happened across Africa. The first heads of state who looked like intellectuals, who looked like Democrats, Kwame Nkrumah, the one in Congo, Lumumba, Patrice Lumumba, the other one in Guinea, Sekou Touré, and so on. When people from outside Africa, who are not interested in us being okay or having a good life like them, they destroyed those and replaced them quickly with soldiers. You people, that one, military regimes across Africa were the second generation of leaders in almost each country. And why? Why is it important that we get a soldier as our head of state 4 or 5 years after independence? It happened in Uganda, but it also happened elsewhere. Okay? So militarism is defined as, in my opinion, the use of military means as a solution to political debates. So when you argue and argue and argue, the guy with a gun says, aha, for me, in this business, I'll shoot. That's it. But there are limitations in that. And those limitations, you will see them in this government, in Uganda's government, limitations of militarism. Because Museveni is a qualified militarist. He has never said he's a Democrat. The democracy is part-time. Full-time is military man. Now, the first mistake is to include the army in the constitution. So next time Kakaire becomes a head of state, he should include the Uganda Law Society in the constitution. And then he says Uganda Law Society needs a number of MPs. Yeah, that is what, because of what we do, a lawyer is very important. Everybody needs a lawyer. So the lawyers should have MPs, 10 MPs. It is not necessary that we should have the army in parliament, because army is a technical arm of government, like education, like health, like whatever. But this neo-colonial relationship, the link, people, it's like this. Any head of state of Africa, he's like a hook at the bottom. Then the former friends of ours is another hook up. Now, this combination is called neo-colonialism. If you become head of state tomorrow, sorry, I'm talking about you so much because I know you. If you become head of state tomorrow, you are going to get what is called policy guidance. Read Makuwi's book, and Makuwi is a lawyer, Apollo. His book, Museveni was given by the British a list of things to work on. 1985. 85. When he came, when he was becoming head of state, they gave him a list. It is in Makuwi's book. So now you find the only way, as a head of state, the only way you can implement successfully the requirements from above, you have to mistreat your people here. That is what neo-colonialism means. That is the conclusion of neo-colonialism. And then you give them answer. 5 years, go and vote. 5 years, go and vote. 5 years, go and vote. Where is the change? No change. Why? Because if these elections, these coming elections, if they don't return a different candidate, then the judgment is going to be on Museveni. What has he actually done then? He found a dictatorship, and he has left as a dictator. There has to be change from Museveni to put himself on the weighing scale and say, I have succeeded. Do you understand? You have to, just like the Kenyans, okay, there's a lot of dictatorship in Kenya as well, civilian dictatorship. Here they call us hybrid, okay? Hybrid. It means that we vote, but also we use the hard, we use authoritarianism. But if he could supervise, superintend over a transfer, and he allows whichever candidate, Kakeire, if he allows Kakeire to take power, and then they appoint a day, and Kakeire comes to him and he hands over his office and the books and everything, then maybe that will be democracy. So even under Museveni, the cultural death, this is something I've been talking about again, in addition to talking about memory and money, there's also a cultural death. And actually, cultural death is also a problem of dictatorship, because you get scared, you kill the real people, education-wise, and the arts and so on, and that's where we are. But the last thing, really, the last thing that I want to talk about Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o, is him and Christianity. You could think he hates Christianity. He doesn't want to be called James. He portrays all the sins in the church. They just show theft. The church leaders are nothing but thieves. So that is the devil on the cross. The title, the devil is on the cross. But last year, he told his young people, Gikuyu people in his town, and he said, I want you to sing me this song. Please sing this song for me. And the song is called Mwene Nyaga. It's a Gikuyu song. So I looked for the words. What is this Mwene Nyaga about? What is Mwene Nyaga about? It is a Gikuyu prayer. So actually, Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o did not like the God as he's being interpreted in Christianity. But as a human being who had reached that age, 86, he was prepared to meet his creator, but in a very, very different way, on his own terms. Thank you very much.
An applause for Mr. Mugisha once again. Thank you so much. I don't know how to summarize his work, what he has presented, but I wish you guys were taking notes. When he started with the question about money, how money has become the form of consciousness for everyone, it's the way of life. Him and Mr. Kalundi Serumaga were like research assistant to one of the Ugandan scholars when he was coming up with a book called The Rise and Fall of Money Capital, written by Dan Nabdele. And in it, he summarizes what he has talked about as money. He talked about question of compensation. How do we escape hard life and soft life? And you end up in the cultural sphere to depict power, to resist power. You should look for works by Raymond Williams, but one of the major works is written by a Marx scholar called E.P. Thompson, The Working Class of England. All this they are talking about is written stuff, knowledge. There is when he was talking about the description of the trial of the late Dedan Kimathi. Dedan Kimathi was one of the lead people in the Mau Mau rebellion. He summarizes, the late Ngũgĩ summarizes it in a work called Homecoming, Essays on Politics. Read chapter 2 and 3. When I was doing my Masters of Philosophy, I wrote an essay about it, and you get a feeling of how he interrogates and takes theater to the peasant space, and how theater in the colonial state and the post-colony has been gated. It's not by accident, it's intended. Theater previously in the pre-colonial, it was in the plantation. People were reflecting from there how to harvest, how to deal, and they were looking at questions of power from that context. So now you can no longer ask where the idea of militarism come from. He defined it, Mr. Mugisha there. I remember, whether you remember that you even required us to write about the SJ cases. And he handsomely funded our organization, the Center for Legal Aid.
You want to give me the microphone for half a minute?
Yeah.
So, you people, some of these things are real, they are just alive. Thiong'o was imprisoned for 12 months. Today, BSG has been under lock and key for 6 months, half the time. And the same problem. Now, Andrew Mwenda, thank you. Know your name. Tell me your name.
Sulaiman Kakaire.
Thank you, Sulaiman Kakaire, because you know us. When Andrew Mwenda was on the wrong end of the stick of the state, we supported him. Yeah. Now Andrew Mwenda is saying BSG has weapons, has guns. The English people took those guns and tested them, and they found that they were real. Really? Andrew Mwenda knows that we defend a principle, not because I know you. If you've been accused, there are some things, people, which you know. The right to a fair hearing. Really? If I have guns, fine. Let me defend myself. Now, if you lock me up, and then you go around to talking about what you know about me, and I can't answer. I've heard people say natural justice. I don't know if this is what it is. That there are basics in justice, that whenever you make allegations about someone, that someone should be able to answer. Okay, so when you look up this man, what are you doing? Okay, so Andrew, wherever you are, we supported you, and we didn't support you because you were anything, but because of the principle that every small man or big man who walks this town should have a right to walk and should have a right to speak without being harassed. Because we are not born equal. They are very powerful people, but the powerful should not go stepping on the weak ones. No. So, a fair hearing, the right to bail, there is another right.
Liberty.
Yeah, that's okay. When you've been arrested, okay, you go to your bail. You need to get bail. You have to. It's an entitlement. You should be listened to. You should make your case as well, and you should get fair hearing. So, thanks very much. I thought I should say this because I'm a witness of Andrew Mwenda's some of the biggest troubles he went through. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mugisha. I know you've been a witness to most of these things. When you conceived that militarization thing, you funded 2 books. One of them was written by Dr. Kabumba Businge and the Chepa and Ngawirano. We had a conversation at Protea over 10 years ago with him, and we ended up coming to a conclusion when the first manuscript of Dr. Kabumba's book came out, The Militarized Democracy. And he recommended the book, which is very important. I'd read it then, but I find it very important to mention it. Imperialism and Revolution in Uganda. Very important. Join me welcome Mr. Kalund Serumaga, who have already provided the profile. It's unfortunate that these conversations we had limited time, but these are conversations we can have until the cows come home, because Africa has engaged in this discussion for the last 100 years plus. And the issues, as they started, they are still relevant. Him putting that scarf there is very important. If you're discussing Ngũgĩ today and you're not discussing Palestine, you are not talking about the human soul and the black race. Thank you, Mr. Kalundi, Comrade Kalundi. A pleasure seeing you. When we conceived the idea of the radical new bar, they will not say it. We were in his sitting room over 8 years ago. At that time, I joined Mr. Semakade. I was still a journalist, and we started to talk about how can we be relevant to society. I said there is a missing thing in the conversation. We need to touch base with the activists of the past. We would spend evenings, afternoons, nights discussing Okot Pabitek, Artist the Ruler, reading Robert Serumaga, with many activists. All these things we did. It's not just about legal representation. People are throwing pigs everywhere. What is happening? We would sit down and conceive these ideas. And we ended up with him, and we elevated the struggle to another level. I can't say much, but we shall always remain grateful that indeed you contributed to shaping these discussions, which have had to shape, and we hope they will shape another group of struggleists in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Suleiman Kakaide. I'm going to keep this very, very brief, because I know we have all been here for a very long time. I've personally been here since 10 o'clock this morning, because I thought we were going to start at 11. However, having said that, let me begin with the formalities. I'd like to thank Uganda Law Society in general and the Radical New Bar in particular for inviting me to speak here today. A lot of the things, and I'd like to extend my respects and protocols, observations to the big people. I'd like to point out that a lot of the things that Sulaiman has been saying about me are not true, but we don't have to go into the details. Certainly most of what he said about education, I actually only started receiving an education after I left the formal education system. Everything I did from my childhood to my early 20s was learning how not to be educated. So that one was also a difficult thing for me to talk about. I had prepared a whole paper, but because of the way we have gone, I want to take it from a different angle. I want to start with the conclusions and then talk about a few other things. But before I do that, I want to say that I'm certainly not complaining about the panel and the discussion that was there before. I actually found it absolutely fascinating. I find the issues of the environment very, very, very interesting. Most of you will not have even been born or aware, but over 20 years ago I used to run an environmental program on Uganda TV called Our Environment Matters, where we used to talk about various topics and reach the whole country. And it was sponsored by NEMA. So I actually wanted to take part in the conversation, but I think some of the points that were raised were very good, and I'm going to follow them up. Right. There are a number of key points to make. We've talked a lot about Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o. My understanding was that we're trying to understand who was he, what was his work, and how is it relevant to, to the question of law and to the aspirations of the radical new bar. Before we continue, I have to repeat what Sulaiman said. You must take the question of Palestine extremely seriously. So I always start by saying free Palestine and end the genocide in Gaza. You might think this is completely irrelevant. One thing you must understand about yourselves as lawyers is that if there is no architecture of law, there is therefore no use for lawyers. Are you getting that one clearly? Where is the lawyer's main workplace? It is a courtroom. Am I correct? Yes. Who owns the courts? Who is authorized to run courts in any situation? It is the state domestically, or if it is an international court, it is a group of states that have come together under a treaty to create an international court, correct? So if there are no courts, there is no work for lawyers. If there are no courts, there is no need to study law. The situation in Gaza and the general situation that has been going on in Palestine for the last 70 years, which has now culminated in the situation in Gaza, is actually destroying the fabric of international law. Okay? If this continues, forget about all the dead people if you don't want to think about them, but if this continues, international law and all the institutions that come out of international law, like the courts of justice and the ICC and the rest of them, are all going to become irrelevant. And once they become irrelevant, then the states that make up international law will also begin to become irrelevant, and domestic law will also become irrelevant. Either you want to be civilized or you don't. And if you do, you must defend violations of law wherever you see them. So, free Palestine. Thank you. Now to begin. I'm going to try and stick to what we were told and do exactly 20 minutes. It's going to be very hard. First of all, you now all know who Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o was and is, because he is still alive in terms of his works. He is someone who was born and came to maturity at the time of the war against colonialism in Kenya, which lasted about 8 years and was very much centered around the community he comes from, the Kikuyu people, because they're one of the biggest losers of land during the colonial process. Because unlike all other parts of Africa, once you leave southern Africa, Kenya is the only other part of black Africa where white people invaded and took land. That is what makes Kenya different from other colonies in this region. It is more of a Southern African experience than an Eastern African one. So they experienced all the usual human rights violations. He himself in person tells a story of how I think it was his older brother who was deaf, was shot in front of him because they were walking and some soldiers told them to stop from behind. And he stopped, but his brother couldn't hear, so the soldier shot him. So those are the first things to think about. The second thing to then go into is the question of justice. I think justice is a cultural artifact. People develop justice for reasons. I call it the situation after the harvest. The first thing all human beings are concerned about is eating. Okay? And I don't mean eating, I mean creating a basis upon which a steady supply of the things that sustain life is organized. Production. But the first concern, earliest concerns about production, was about the production of food. And this is actually what brings people together. It's easier to hunt in a group than an individual. It is easier to grow food as a group than as an individual, and so on and so forth. What happens after the harvest? Once you have come together and grown food and there's a harvest there, how is it distributed? How is that question decided? Who gets to decide? And those who feel that maybe they were not treated properly in the distribution process, how do they get restitution? That is a justice system. So I think it is a very early concern of human beings, that how do you do things fairly and how do you correct things that have not been done fairly? And it is a very real thing. It is about how life sustains itself. So we therefore have to talk about law, because what you talk about here is justice systems. You talk about justice, but actually you're talking, we generally are talking about English law. And this is why Ngũgĩ was important, because he started as a writer, writing books about what he knew, which was his life growing up, and what he saw around him in English. He reaches a point where he decides that where he is working at the University of Nairobi, at the Department of, I think it was either Department of English or the Department of Literature, was wrong. And he began to say it should not be the Department of English Literature. It should be the Department of African Literature and Languages. And there was a big move led by him by 1968. There was him, a gentleman from Western Kenya, and a Ugandan from Gulu called Taban Loliong. They campaigned and abolished the English department at the University of Nairobi, and it was given a new name, and its mandate was to read literature from all over the world. Now, when he began to do that, he realized even that wasn't enough. And we had to start thinking about, but what are you talking about when you talk about literature? Trying to find that point in my notes. What is African literature? Because he began by doing African literature by telling African stories in English. He then began to say that, no, we shouldn't just be focused on English. But if you tell African stories in English, is it African literature? Okay. If you tell stories in general in English, is it literature? Or if you tell African stories in African languages, is that African literature? So which one was African literature? Now this is important because it eventually reaches a point where he says not only should we be telling stories about ourselves, we also have to then tell those stories in our own languages. And then he moves beyond that and says, but what should these stories be about? Okay? All of this is extremely important to the law, as I'm trying to explain to you. And I'll try and show you how. There are two words in the English language concerned with translation, as I hope Professor will confirm for me. There is what you call translation. You say something in Luo, somebody tells you in English what it means. Okay? That is translation. Or so we are told. But there's a thing called transliteration. Okay? Where you explain the meaning of something, but you keep it in the form. I think the best example of this, there's a play by a man called Bertolt Brecht. Bertolt Brecht was a communist writer just before the Second World War. He was Austrian, and he wrote a lot of plays about the suffering of European peoples before and before and before. He wrote a book called Mother Courage and Her Children, which is about a woman who survives with her children by following the armies that are fighting all over Europe in the 30 Years' War and cooking food for them, as happens in all wars. They're called camp followers. And it's very detailed which war she's following, which army she's attached to, and so on. There's a gentleman called Bonnie Lubega who translated this play into Luganda. But he didn't translate it, he transliterated it, I believe, unless I'm reading it wrong, because he simply translated it literally. So it remained a play about what was happening in Europe. The characters remained the characters. So there was a lot of problem of trying to explain to the audience about wars that happened over 100 years ago in Europe that nobody knew anything about. A translation is when I give you the essence of the meaning, okay, of the story or the sentence, without necessarily giving you the exact wording that the other person gave or locating it in the same place. Okay? So our concern is, how do you translate justice into African languages? Because what we do now is that we transliterate justice as understood by Europeans into an African setting. Are you getting the difference? Yes. What you want to do is translate it in terms of justice. And to do that, I would suggest we have to follow Ngũgĩ's method. What do I mean by this? Look at the laws in Uganda today. Look at the entire legal system. Number one, it's foreign. That's obvious. It practices largely in English. A lot of its case referencing comes from, English common law. The formalities, the uniforms, everything, are part of that. Now, being foreign is not necessarily a problem, okay? The problem is, what do you bring with yourself culturally when you are foreign? For example, in my opinion, the basis of law in the Western European countries, and that's what we're largely concerned with, because the entire 500-year adventure of colonialism, of which we are the result, was a Western European thing. It's not all European languages that are spoken all over the world now. It's only about 5 or 8 Western European ones, because it was only Western Europe that did this adventure. Are we clear? Is that one clear? So number one, the basis of legal practice, the smallest unit of identification in the practice of law in a European setting is the individual, correct? Rights are organized, the rights of the individual. And the accused is always an individual, and so on. Now, this can work, but there are agencies in societies like ours that are bigger than the individual, but are not the state. What we call communities, sometimes you call them tribes, sometimes you call them other things. Are you getting it? But they're not recognized in law. They don't exist in law. For example, here in Buganda, the entire clan system does not exist in law. The law simply does not see it. But on a day-to-day basis, the clan system here plays a very, very big role in the management of public life. Okay? But the law simply doesn't see it. And this is a process that began in 1900 when they were stealing or privatizing land under the 1900 agreement. Then there's, of course, the concept of private property. In Western European capitalist societies, the fundamental issue is private property ownership, to the extent that it was only by the in some countries, 1870s, other countries, 1920s. It was only by that time that voting rights were beginning to be given to the whole population. You may not know that for a long, long time, what they were calling democracy up there, to vote, you had to be a property owner. Okay? Only landowners, someone with property, had to vote. There's something a bit similar in Acholi culture, where to sit in the governing council, you have to be a married man. Okay? You cannot sit in the governing council if you're a bachelor and you don't maintain your own home. The logic being that if you don't understand the problems of maintaining a home, how can you understand the problem, everybody else's problem of maintaining a home, which is what governance is. So private property is very much at the heart of the concept of what and how the law is. And then, of course, being foreign, even the so-called good things in the law were brought artificially and just put on top of us. That was the first area of problems. The second area is interest. Okay, the laws were foreign, but the problem is that they did not come in a neutral way. The ones who brought them had an interest in why they were bringing them in the way that they brought them. Because the purpose of establishing the colonial project was to organize extraction and exploitation. Land grabbing, mining, forcing people to do labor, and so on and so forth. So some things that exist in English law are not practiced here, even though you claim as lawyers that you're practicing law that started in England. That is both in terms of the operation of the law in court and even law enforcement. Let me give you two examples. In law enforcement in the United Kingdom, the police force is answerable to the local government system. Every police force is established and maintained by the local government system. And it extends even to America, which is a neo-European country. That's why you see the mayor of New York is in charge of the police force of New York City, okay, which is a force of about 33,000 people. But they are answerable to the mayor, not the president of the United States. Are you getting that one? Now, over here, every single policeman, the lowliest constable, is answerable to the president of the Republic of Uganda. They are not answerable to local government, whether at district level or LC level, below that, or regional level. They are answerable to the head of state, and they're counted as part of the armed forces. Are you getting the difference? So, elected councillors and the mayors cannot ask the police why they are doing X, Y, and Z, or they cannot hire or fire the heads of the police force, which happens in other countries. But you imagine, because the uniforms are similar and the ranks are identical, that the police force here is like the police force there. But the police force there is more democratically controlled, although that is going away, than it is here. The second one is in the high court system. It is your right, if you're in the high court in those countries, to ask for what they call a jury trial, which is a process by which 12 random people who exist on the electoral register are ordered to go to court and sit and listen to a case, however long it takes. Now, under a jury system, as you ought to know, it is not the judge who decides who is innocent or guilty. It is the jury. Okay? The judge's job is a referee between the defense and the prosecution to make sure you're following all the rules you know about evidence and the rest of that. But the question of, do we feel this person is innocent or guilty? And it doesn't matter what the case is. It can be something as serious as murder. It is a jury that decides. And unless some complete breach of legal procedure has taken place, the whole court, including the judge, must accept the decision of the jury. Okay? Now here in Uganda, you have no juries and you have never had juries. Okay? The judge is both the referee during the trial and then the one who decides who is innocent or guilty. Okay? That is not justice. The judge at most has somebody called an assessor, I'm told, who I'm told simply offers advice and a few technical pointers. Okay? But you are claiming that the justice system here is the same as the justice system out there. Okay? From which it is derived. But it's not. It's completely different. And then thirdly, it's internally contradictory. The justice system out there comes out of struggles between a number of social classes over a period of maybe 200 years now. Fighting for the rights of individuals, fighting for rights to land, to common property, to respect at work, and so on. So what Ngũgĩ was saying in his literature was that literature must reflect the culture of the people. You write about what are the concerns of the population you come from. And what this means for legal practice is that you must also practice law. Your laws must be shaped and determined by the historical experience of your people. You cannot bring laws artificially from another place and just drop them on. And as you have seen in this case, modify them even. Okay? And you can see why they modify them, because you cannot, in a colonial setting, collect 12 Africans to try another African in court. The Africans are most likely to say, but no, he's innocent. And in any case, who are you as a colonial authority to put him on trial? So you have to get rid of the juries for colonized people, but pretend you're still running a justice system. So what happens there? What happens is that you look at the various countries. Let me give you some very simple examples. In the United States, guns are so important that they are part of the Constitution. Do you know what I'm saying? It is a constitutional right, not a legal right, but a constitutional one, to own a gun by various means in the United States. And that is a result of the history of the importance of the gun in the American culture. They would not have succeeded in their genocide against the indigenous people if they did not have guns. They would not have won their war of independence from Britain if they had not had guns. They would not have managed to farm the way they have been farming and grab land from each other if they did not have guns. So guns are important to them. So they put them in their constitution. It's their business. Okay? In Vietnam, land ownership has restrictions to it. In Vietnam, there are major areas of land that are designated agricultural land. Even if you buy it, you cannot come because you bought a nice piece of land, maybe 5 acres in some part of the countryside on a hill, and decide that, oh, I'm going to build my mansion here. The government will come and knock it down. And they do it a lot. Because if it's designated agricultural land, it is reserved for the purpose of growing food, nothing else. So they tell you, you can buy it, but you know you're buying it to grow food and nothing else. If you don't want to grow food on it, don't buy it. Go and buy land in town. And that is a result of the history of the Vietnamese people. Because the war of liberation in Vietnam, which starts, most people don't know, in the 1930s. Vietnam was colonized by the French. Then when the Japanese became an empire in the 1930s, they invaded and drove out the French and made it a Japanese colony. And then the Japanese lost the Second World War and the French came back. And then the French were defeated by the Vietnamese, so the Americans jumped in. And then they were also defeated in 1975. So you're counting from about 1870 to 1975, 100 years of Vietnamese resistance. And this resistance was largely on the backs of the Vietnamese peasants, ordinary Vietnamese farmers. So they make laws in terms of their values. They know what is the value of being able to have your own food and being a farmer, and how important a farmer is in a society, a so-called peasant. So they make the law accordingly. Is that one also clear? Then the third one is Southern Africa. For all its problems, Southern Africa has a lot of very strong laws around labor rights. Okay? Like if you go to Zimbabwe and hire, as a foreigner, and hire a housemaid, when you are leaving as an expatriate, at the airport you have to have a certificate from their NSSF and from their trade union showing that you have been paying this person the right wages and you have been paying their NSSF. Otherwise, you won't leave the country. They will fine you and send you also back to pay the person. And this is because of their history of mining, you see, and large-scale employment. In the UK, they have a lot of very strong laws about tenancy, the rights of tenants over landlords, because their biggest struggle during feudalism and then early capitalism was struggling with landlords. So there are so many very strong laws concerning how a landlord must behave towards a tenant in the UK. When you sign a tenancy agreement with a landlord, it specifies the hours the landlord is allowed to visit you, to check on his or her house. It specifies who in the home the landlord is permitted to talk to. The landlord cannot simply come and start telling your daughter, where is your father? No. He must call and make an appointment with the specified person and then come in. Okay? Then their rents, their zoning laws, he cannot raise the rent anyhow. There are laws, how much can he raise it in a certain time per month or per year? And what is the maximum ceiling for this neighborhood? Do you see what I'm saying? That is again a cultural thing. Now this is what Ngũgĩ is saying. No, so that's my time. This is what Ngũgĩ is saying. That the way you govern yourself is informed by your history. Okay? So the way we govern ourselves within the legal system is not informed by our history. Or rather, it is informed by a history that has been imposed upon us and has not been sufficiently interrogated, which is the work of the radical new bar to do. Do you see what I'm saying? So, what are your challenges now? Your challenge is to move away from what the law has become in this country. There are two people writing laws in this country today. Number one, the imperialists. The World Bank, the IMF, they write the big laws. Okay? They wrote the law about oil. They write the laws about lending money. They wrote the law about privatization. And land. They're very, very obsessed with land here. Okay? And they come and they just tell the people in charge here, who are really their houseboys and housegirls. Okay? For you call them your excellency, this and that. You should see the way they behave when they're in their master's offices outside there. Very different people. Okay? All this posturing is to impress you. Okay? To think, when they back at press conferences at a white journalist, you say, he's fighting imperialism. He is not. He's just doing theater so that you can continue to be impressed. The institutions of imperialism are out there. That's what needs to be fought. Anyway, that's the one group. The second group is the Ugandan middle class, which is basically yourselves. Because what they did was they gave you a very big gift called the 1995 Constitution. And the 1995 Constitution is simply a playground or a watering hole or a bouncy castle for the middle classes. You go there and you make laws this way and that, and you do this and that about things that concern you domestically and locally. As long as you don't touch those big laws, that's why you saw how they were banned from talking about the oil agreements. If you remember that drama about 10 years ago, they were just told, don't talk about it. And in the end, they told, okay, we'll put them on display in the Parliament library, and you can come and look, but you can't touch, you can't turn the pages, you can't take photographs. And they agreed, because they know what their limits are. That's where the boundary is. What we don't have, therefore, is laws conceived and written for the people and by the people. Okay? Because if you have that, you'd have a very different kind of legal arrangement in this country. And that is why you cannot have free and fair elections in this country. You cannot have a government elected that is going to create laws that actually benefit the ordinary person in this country, because that would destroy the entire meaning of Uganda excuse me, as a money-making project for some people abroad. Okay? Historically, the way it was done was that whenever an election year came, we had political drama. So you all know, I think, about the 1966 crisis. You have been told that, I believe. Am I right? The attack on the Rubiri, this, that, and the other. What they don't tell you was that that was an election year. Okay? Then, what happens after Obote becomes president? He's overthrown when? 1971. That was an election year. Okay? When Amin's liberation cabinet collapses in 1974, okay, and all the intellectuals and big people who had agreed to work with him started running into exile and abandoned him on his own because of his behavior. 1974, that was an election year. Okay? When Amin's government collapses with the Tanzanian invasion in 1979, that was an election year, as was 1980, therefore, of course. Okay? When the Tito Okellos overthrow Obote in 1985, that was also an election year. Okay? As is 1986. Because it, the election, you allow elasticity of 6 months, as we have now. We start early next year, but we already campaigning. The elections have already started, but we're going to vote next year. So you can say the elections now are 2025, 2026, that's the election year. So you have 1966, 67, 1971, 72, 1974, 75, 1979, 80, and so on. So that was how elections were prevented historically in this country. It's not accidental, but it was very costly. So a new method was derived, where you create this very big thing called the Constitution and the Parliament. That thing, I've been wanting to do a study on it, but I think the Constitution of Uganda alone creates possibly immediately about 30,000 jobs. 30,000 middle-class jobs immediately. Yes. Those are 30,000 educated people who are not going to go to the bush anymore. Okay? Those are 30,000 people who are going to be fighting over local government tenders. instead of hiding weapons for rebels. Are you getting the picture? That's what this constitution is for. So that parliament is not going to make the kind of laws the ordinary person needs, because the purpose of that parliament was to bring in and tranquilize or sedate the middle class. Excuse me. To make them forget about radical politics, to make them forget about extreme solutions, and just be comfortable, doing what they do. They bribe you 100 million, you do this, you do that, you have a nice passport, you're earning a lot of money. In 5 years, your child who is in S1 will now be ready for S6. You see what I'm saying? You will have bought a farm and so on and so forth. So that's its purpose. So when we talk about the law and translation, to conclude, we must do what Ngũgĩ said. We must not transliterate, we must translate. Get the essence of the meaning from your own culture. What does justice mean in your own culture? How do your own people understand justice as a human value? And then convert that into law. Okay? So it's not simply a question of translations in court. Okay? Because the court itself is a European bastardized institution, because it's not even a real court as per Europe. It's a court for here. If you took the court practices of here with all the wigs and everything and tried to organize it like that in say, London, they wouldn't know what you were doing, because that court was designed for the colonies. It wasn't designed for the home country. I hope that point is very, very clear. So, what is the concept, indigenous concept of justice? And there are very many examples. My final point is intangible cultural heritage. The justice system of the Oromo people of Ethiopia is a UNESCO recognized artifact, because they have a very, very advanced but indigenous justice system. The one I know very well over here is the one in Buganda, which even shapes the way that we are governed, because those words gombolola, okay, and the word saza are actually terms for court decisions. Do you see what I'm saying? Nukugombolola is what you would call discovery, I think, isn't it? In English, the stage at which you untangle the various issues and lay them out neatly so they can then be debated as points of law. That is where a gombolola is called a gombolola, because that is what was done there. Or maybe, no, you'd have a chitawurizi beneath that, where you would separate out the issues. Then kugombolola is to separate them from each other. Okay? And then the highest court of appeal was where they would just decide, we have heard enough of everybody, we are now just going to make a decision. What will you say in Luganda? Sarao. Decide. Finish the thing. Isn't it? That is why you have a saza. Do you get it? So you can see that the concept of justice is at the very heart of the way we organize ourselves as a people. But you are told that's not a system. Instead, you bring somebody wearing a wig from Europe without even a jury, and he's the one deciding who's going to get hanged and who is not. So we have to go beyond simply translating to the point of what Ngũgĩ was doing, which was understanding what is the history and the culture behind this that informs these kind of things. That, to me, ladies and gentlemen, is a significance of the work of Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o. All that is happening is that I think he may be the first person to have used the word decolonization as an intellectual globally. I might be wrong. I think he was the first person. I think he might even have invented it as an academic concept. All that is happening now under the radical new bar, I think, is that the moment of decolonization has arrived among you as lawyers. So what he did in literature is what you must now do in law. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Comrade Kalundi. The organizers, you made a mistake to make me moderate, because some of these statements are like food to me. so I would not recognize whether people are tired or not. And another thing is that I'm fasting today. So I have to be just reminded. Me and Professor Bas, we are just reminded that, oh, please. But we are sorry. We've had so much. I think it's Eme Cesare and Fanon. They are the only two who come before Ngũgĩ to use the word decolonization. Eme Cesare is also literally a scholar from the Caribbean. Fanon, Comrade Kalundi is a very good fan of Fanon in respect of understanding the psyche of the colonized person. I think my work is done, and you take over the second session, the next session of taking the questions and answers. I'm not in the system of checking out what is on the social media, but the last piece draws the line. Who is our principal enemy? And who is the secondary enemy? And if today you're saying, please remove so, and you are not handling it in full circle, what kind of struggle are you engaged in? This is a question for us as the Radical New Birth. This is the question for us as the Uganda Law Society. This is the question for us as the black people. This is the question for us as the formerly colonized population. It's a question of the empire. And the empire keeps mutating. You can't use the solutions of monopolized capitalism in the floating exchange rate system of neoliberal, or in what has eventually mutated into globalization and what you call digital something something. Those questions must be handled in full swing. Thank you so much. My co-moderator should take over the session, and so is a pleasure.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for the effort. You've ably executed the role. We appreciate. To the speakers, we are more than honored. Thank you so much for the education, for the wisdom, and for the time that you have given us. To the members online, we are so grateful. It's a long time, obviously. We are not necessarily proud of that because we got overwhelmed with a few very, very interesting topics. Both of them could not just be let go. Edifying has been the word, and decolonization is what we are doing as one of the most important tenets in the Radical New Bar. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to an end of the discussions. We're going to take one or two questions. Adam has a question. Just one question, so as to move to the next session, or closing actually for that matter. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, our moderator, co-moderator rather. My name is Adam Nwamanya. I'm the head of communications here. But my question is very short and simple, and I am asking it as a literature scholar. In Ngũgĩ's book, Devil on the Cross, there is a company of thieves. It is called International Organization of Modern Theft and Robbery, where thieves gather themselves to compete what they have stolen from people. Very satirical. And this one brings me to our contemporary Uganda today. I am asking professors and academicians, tomorrow is 6th of May, or June, and the arts teachers are set to strike, where you have had Museveni one day. Camera, please capture me, say this. Where you have had Museveni one day tell the teachers of humanities that, did we invite Shakespeare here to read for this bridge? There was a silt, I think, in Ginger there. Did we bring Shakespeare to read for the thief to live. And one day, when he was waiving taxes for the prosecutors, he also said that for you who studied Christopher Columbus, wait. So as the result, all the teachers of arts, they are laying down their tools tomorrow. And they are vowing they are not going back. Arts teachers are paid 800,000. Arts teachers, a graduate teacher of arts. And their counterparts in science, they are paid 4 million. You can mark the difference. So, like one of you said, that Ngũgĩ is going, I did this guy's books in my university education as 2 special authors, him and Shakespeare. And it's very unfortunate that now my last parent is going. So you as academicians, as people who are realizing the future of arts, one of you said that Ngũgĩ might be leaving, but he's going with his generation. Do we say we do not need humanities here? What is your take on that? And how are you supporting these teachers? Of course, for me, I support them. That one is very obvious, and I can't mince my words on it. Are you supporting them? Should they demand do they deserve this ridicule from the government? What are you saying? And in relation to the future of humanities, thank you so much.
Thank you. That question will subjectively go to each of our previous speakers so as to save time. And you are at liberty to activate the microphone just before you, if it's well, please. Professor, are you able to speak to that? Was the question understood?
We have been told several times that we teach useless subjects. What Nwamanya has been referring to was actually an incident in which the president was asking us when the bridge broke down, why didn't you come and read a poem so that the bridge can set itself right? I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding. Fundamental misunderstanding on the roles of the different disciplines in the entire fabric of the academia. All I have to say is that it's mainly one individual who has not understood. Okay? The one individual has not understood, and times change. We just pray for a change that will bring somebody who will understand that. That's all.
Professor. Thank you, Professor, for that answer. We respect that. Yes, please. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Again, I'll try to be very quick. I don't believe it's a misunderstanding at all. Okay. I think the person who says those things knows exactly what he wants to do by saying them. He knows exactly why he's saying them. Basically, people who can't think are much easier to govern than people who think. And thinking is something that is grounded in an understanding of the universe that starts with the arts and the spirit. That is why even traditionally, before you embarked on any kind of activity, however scientific, you talk to people who used to do iron smelting cultures, you know, Awesi and people like that. There was always an element of prayer involved in what they did. So actually, it is a correct statement that before you put the bridge back up, there should have actually been somebody reading a poem. Okay? I spoke to your president a few years ago, and he explained to me that after his year, it became no longer a requirement for somebody who was going to study law at university to have studied literature at O level. Is that correct? Okay. It used to be that when you were going to enter university to study law, one of the things they looked at was if you had studied literature at O level. Now they don't have to do that anymore. And that is why you might be getting a certain new type of rather robotic and mechanically thinking practice of law, where people say they know the law, but can't actually implement the law or recognize the law when it's standing in front of them because of that. So he's not saying it accidentally. What he is saying is that he's very scared of people who think. And so the way he does it is to remove your morale by making fun of it. Okay? There's a photograph I can show you, I was looking for it on my phone, of he himself acting in a Shakespeare play when he was still a secondary school student. Okay? Secondly, he himself did not study science, he studied the arts. Okay? So if the arts are useless, it means that he is also useless in himself. Okay? So this thing is just to remove your morale and to encourage a rising generation to put less value in the importance of being able to think and being able to know about the experiences of people all over the world and compare them to yours. It's very deliberate, it's very clever, but in the end it is not wise at all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other answers from the table? Yes.
Okay. Yeah, but some of us who studied literature in O level, A level, and even at university, we know what it is. Okay? We know what value is in literature. And our secondary school teachers of literature are the most memorable people in our heads. So we know whatever he says. But then there is something in addition, besides what Kalundi has talked about. Maybe he doesn't have the capacity, he doesn't have the means in the economy to pay teachers. Maybe he can't even pay doctors. In real sense, actually, the economy has collapsed. You've heard people talk about economies collapsing. It is not only out there, it's even here in the third world. There's no business out there in Kampala. If you don't cheat electricity, people cheat. Driving licenses, people cheat. A third party, they cheat. Traders to Dubai, they have to find a way of surviving, so they don't have to pay all the taxes. So there is no economy to begin with. Even in terms of education, there is no economy. Universities are actually not alive. Universities died a long time ago. So, yes. We should say things as they are. Even our hospitals died a long time ago. And the journalist, Sulaiman, where are you? The journalists were told that you call it referral hospital. When people are caught up in accident in eastern Uganda, and they said people were injured and they were taken to Kawolo Referral Hospital. They don't even have an aspirin. The same thing applies to the road to Guru. When there is an accident, they tell you that the victims of accident have been taken to, there is a place there before you reach Karuma, a hospital. You must say referral. By order, they tell you, you must write referral. But actually, these hospitals, there's nothing, just nothing. So the same thing, this man has nothing to say about teachers' salaries. This is how he came if you were at Makerere teaching in 87, 88, university lecturers were asking for a living basket or something like that, which included things like bogoya, a cluster of bogoya and something, and in addition to money. That is because Obote's regime had left nothing. Now, today, Museveni is living with nothing. He has not improved a thing. Let me tell you. And by the way, government is not about roads and things. But okay, even there, he has no report to make, so he keeps playing games. That's what I think.
Thank you so much for your wisdom. I know it's a very deplorable state. The country is in a deplorable state that we cannot do much about, but the least we can do is reach out and make a difference, whichever way we can. So we don't take it for granted that you're here to share your wisdom and educate us, especially as the young people who need to be guided regardless of what the state of affairs is. We thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for the speakers. We are coming to the tail end. We're coming to the tail end of the function. We thank you so much for bearing with us. Our time is fast spent. While we were at it, we were joined by the President of Health, Safety and Health Association Uganda, Mr. Achidri Sande, who is at the high table. He's been able to join us because of different schedules. We thank you, we welcome you, and would like to acknowledge your presence. Yes, please.
Yeah,
Mr.
just
Kolonel.
among the list of things I wanted to talk about in terms of the cultural influence in creating laws,
yes, please,
was actually the huge investment in health and safety laws in the United Kingdom.
Oh, yes.
Because they had the longest struggles over safety at work.
Oh, yes.
It's right from the time of starting the Industrial Revolution.
Yes.
Yeah, that's all. But I remembered now, so.
Yeah, it's well. Thank you so much for that as well. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to introduce the Vice President of the Uganda Law Society, Advocate Anthony Asimwe, who is in here amidst his busy schedule, in and out, but of course he has graced the occasion. We don't take it for granted. He is going to come and share a few remarks, as well as one more piece of agenda item that needs to get done with, and the Vice President is going to help us with the closing remarks as well as the next step. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the Uganda Law Society, Advocate Anthony Asimwe.
Thank you, Robert. Wow, what a day. I don't think we've had an Rnblive which has gone, which has taken all these hours, and we still have people glued and listening in. Allow me recognize the council members who are online, because I don't see anyone here physically, but I know they are following, especially our president, Isaac Semakade. The members who are here physically, members of the public, the Fourth Estate, those who are here. I appreciate your, patience with us and your attendance of this important event. Most importantly, allow me thank our esteemed speakers, those who are here and those who have left. Can we please give them a hearty hand clap? Now, about the life of Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o, I believe from what we've heard from the esteemed gentlemen, I honestly have nothing much to add. It's a celebration, really, of his life. I personally was a literature student. I know what it means. We all know the impact his work has done and it continues to do. And specifically for the Radical New Bar, you had, speakers talk about decolonization, which is one of our major Ds, the 4 Ds, which is what we are pushing for every day in our work as RNB, and which is part of our RNB Vision 2060. That is the work of Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o. So his work did not only impact on the people at the time, but it has shaped the future of, many people and for generations to come. So we do thank you very much for coming to share with us those insights, which have been, interesting, exciting, and please do not hesitate to come back when we call upon you. As you're also aware, today we did celebrate the World Environment Day, and the first topic of the speakers we had before who left did talk about the theme and what's been happening generally. May I also inform maybe some of those who do not know that as the Ugandan Society, we have a mandate, a statutory mandate under the ULS Act. And this statutory mandate has for a long time been forgotten, written in the books, but we do owe a duty to the members of the public to assist them. Not just the public, we help assist government on the matters touching the law. We do advise and also support the members of the public in as far as matters of law are concerned. And through our radical NUBA engagements like this one, we extend, we push for social justice. We try to close that gap. That is why it's an open engagement where we give an opportunity to the members of the public to know their rights, what is happening, what should be done. Because as you're all aware, the duty bearers, some of the duty bearers who are mandated to do this, specifically the government, has forgotten their part. But as the Ugandan Society, as the Radical NUBA, we did pledge that we shall close that gap. That is why every week, every Thursday, we give an opportunity to the members of the public, members of the legal profession, members of the media, to have an open engagement like this one about, the matters touching the law, rule of law, access to justice, and anything where we feel we can give back. So we do appreciate those who have always been with us and those who have always tuned in to listen, because we believe through this we shall create an impact. Now, do not only do that through speaking or through talking, through writing statements, through making letters. We do take action. And we do, over time, have entered into partnerships with organizations, individuals who have the same mind, who are mind-like, where we believe we can work together to contribute to, developing society or giving society what they need to get. And in that regard, you had Robert introduce the president of the Safety and Health Association of Uganda, who is here with us. You're welcome. Thank you. You may not be aware that as Ugandan Society, we've been working behind scenes with the Safety and Health Association of Uganda, where we believe we can work together in improving lives of Ugandans. It is not only about legal knowledge, it's about taking action and working with other people who can take action. And I believe my gentleman is my OB, most of you might not know. He was here earlier. I want to believe he gave an insight into what this organization does. But we know they are committed, this organization is committed to advancing occupational safety and health and fostering a culture of prevention in Uganda. If you will not notice, we have the Rule of Law Department, the public interest litigation. We've sometimes taken on public interest litigation on matters of, health, matters that affect the right to health. We've had some of the cases pending, like the one smoking in public. Some of them are pending in court, constitutional court. We've had matters that touch, Bugoma Forest, and all of them, the major issue is fighting for Ugandans' right to health. So it's a privilege and an honor to find an organization like this one that is focused on, doing that on improving occupational safety and health. And as Uganda Society, we pledge to give a contribution to come and fill in the gaps where there is, a missing piece, or where we feel we can come in. So we are committed to this memorandum of understanding. We are entering with you. Just so you may know, the public out there, as Uganda Society, we are entering a memorandum of understanding with the Safety and Health Association of Uganda to contribute to each other's work to ensure, as we advance our role, our statutory role, we also advance the obligation, the role of the organization. And as you're aware, ours is really to foster access to justice, rule of law, and good governance in Uganda through the skilled and empowered legal profession, who are the members of the bar, but also empowering members of the public to have this knowledge. And we do recognize the fact that the two of us are connected when it comes to health, safety, the law, justice, and national development because of your objectives and what you intend to do. So we do pledge to contribute to that and work with you for the benefit of the members of the public, because this is not for only our benefit. I will not really reproduce everything that is in the Memorandum of Understanding, because I believe it's the major part of it is to give or to have different contributions that we can make to enable us work together, including but not limited to, capacity building of the members of the legal profession and members of the public, acquiring knowledge in this area where most of us take for granted, yet it has a great impact. Enhancing legal support and representation of the organization, because you do identify some of these matters. That is the area where you're operating. So we can come in as Uganda Society and give that support. And also improving on public awareness as the most important. So on this note, please, and as I close, because I know you've been here for a very long day, I don't want to keep you here any longer. Allow me, let's clap for the organization, and let's thank them for being here. And I will ask that you allow us bring this to an end, but the last act is signing of the Memorandum of Understanding Uganda Society has with the Safety and Health Association of Uganda. That is going to cement our collaboration and to ensure that we do contribute to society the way we are supposed to. Thank you very much. I wish you a very nice day. And please, let's, Afra, come and take us through the signing of the MOU process.